Beep boop. We are bopping. How's it going, everybody? Are we bopping? I hope so. I am tweeting. I'm tweeting that we are beeping and we're bopping and we're moving and we're grooving and technabbit. I need to finish Elite Beat Agents on retro achievements. Got a code 3, need backup. Put on my bright red fluoro jacket. What's fluoro? He's always goes, got a code 3, need backup. Put on my bright red fluoro jacket. What's a fluoro jacket? I'm not familiar with that word. What's fluoro? Good morning, Nerfini. Good morning, Atharia. Good morning, Sepra. How's it going? I am going to play The Last Fantasy. It's this obscure little indie game on the Nintendo Famicom. How is the word spelled? It's a lyric to a song. It's not spelled. So yeah, he got a code 3, need backup. Put on my bright red fluoro jacket. He's fat, but he don't run too fast. But he's faster than me. Last night at the show, we saw him going out of his tree. And those are all the lyrics to the entire song, I'm pretty sure. They never add another lyric. I'm pulling up my notepad. Not for the bright red fluoro jacket, but for the run. But thank you for the subscription, that one sword guy. He's a walkie-talkie man? What about him? See if I don't. Yeah, I did it. I remembered to change the speed before I booted the game up. That's a good sign. That means we're not going to be stuck here for 50 years. What am I doing here? Why am I here in Corneria? Fourth planet of the Lilat system. Is it fourth planet from the Lilat system? I always think fourth planet from the Lilat system. But I don't know if I'm getting that confused with, like, friggin', I don't know, a different planet. Based on Google, it's fluoro, and it's short for fluorescent? That sounds like people are just trying to figure out what the lyric is, and they just made it up. They just made up what the answer is because they couldn't figure out what the lyric was otherwise. I see all the time, like, looking up song lyrics, and they're just wrong, and people just assume that they're correct because there's no logical way for the lyrics to make sense whatsoever. What am I doing in Corneria, though? Seriously. It doesn't make any sense. Why would I have gone to Corneria when I've got 2,000 XP left? I think while I was asleep, my little brother got into the Wii U and was playing the game without my permission, just ruining my save file. Fluorescent jacket is a thing. You're making that up. You're making that up because you're trying to make sense of the lyrics. Hey chat, how's the run? Oh, hey chat, how's the run? I see how it is, Cavtech. You just want to ask chat how the run's going. Good meowing, local cat girl. Is it local cat girl senior, or does the SR mean something else? Like, there's another local cat girl who's like local cat girl junior. Speed running, okay. How's the run going, Game Champ? Oh, thank you, Mint. Thank you for trying to salvage Cav's reputation. The run's going good. Oh, I think the reason I was in Corneria was because I was going to go ahead and buy a bunch of spells and stuff. Like, I've got enough money that I can buy all the spells I need now. Heck was that? Virus and threat protection? Oh, Windows. Oh no, you don't understand. I want as many viruses as I can get. Don't you dare virus and threat protect me. Okay, let's see. So, Piranha. Silence. Yeah, I remember being unsure of which of these I should get. Remember Invis. I think Invis is just Blink, but it applies to multiple people. So there's not necessarily much of a reason to grab it. Like, it's a weaker version of Blink, essentially, for our purposes. Literally Blink, but it's worse. But then, half thunder damage, prevent enemies from using spells. Thank you for the subscription, Dynamo. We have Blink at home, exactly. And then Burana. Friggin'. I've been watching a bunch of Saw analysis videos, so every time I see Burana, I just think of Jigsaw saying, Piranha. That is a very popular voice clip in Saw video essays. I don't remember what Burana is. Is that cures darkness? That's right. I remember. It's anti-darkness. So this is almost completely useless. I'm just gonna go ahead and I am gonna get Silence, Half Thunder, and Invis. I'm gonna get those three, and I'll put let me just double check that there's not more I could buy in other towns. I know that there isn't, but it's really important that I be thorough and don't trust my memory when it comes to stuff like this. Yeah, there are only 4 level 2 spells we can learn, which are these 4. So yeah, basically that Invis will be a backup if I run out of blinks. God forbid, and I just need more blinks to survive. But that's never gonna happen. Let's be real. But this is very much hypothetical scenario. Let me just double check what I've already learned, because I don't think it lets you learn the same spell twice, but it is Final Fantasy 1. Okay, I haven't learned any level 1 spells yet. Oh, and just for everybody to know, in case you didn't realize, you can only learn 3 spells of a certain level, and they are permanent. You cannot unlearn spells. So this is a entire playthrough decision, permanent. Okay, so I am gonna get Invis, Half Thunder, and Silence. There we go. We have bought our level 2 spells. Okay, and then the level 3 spells, those are in Elfland. I'll just go ahead and save so that I don't have to buy the spells again if I die. How many bosses have I beaten? We've beaten Garlando. See, I don't think that we're actually going to be getting any spells that matter in Elfland anymore. I think it really was just, Dio. Do the pirates count? Do the Kaizokus, rather? Wait, is it Can you encounter pirates / Kaizokus just on the overworld? That's basically the one question that I think would determine whether or not they're really a boss fight. Because we did beat the pirates. So I think you could argue that that's like the second boss, beating the pirates. Is Final Fantasy like Gen 1 Pokemon broken, or is it actually a somewhat functional game? It's broken in different ways, but I would say that's a very good comparison. A lot of the brokenness of NES Final Fantasy 1 is more like they put this mechanic in the game, but they forgot to make the mechanic work. Whereas I feel like Pokemon Broken, it's more like they did remember to make the mechanic work, they just failed at it. Here, it is genuinely just they forgot to make it work. It just doesn't function. Of course, there are a few where it is they tried to make it work and fail. But more often than not, they just never implemented the mechanic into the game. Okay, so there's Cura. I know, I'm just double checking. Yeah, I've learned Dio. And level 3 spells, I can learn just these 4. So it's, So we got Dio. There's half fire. Okay, it's decided. Because one of them is heal, which is literally just cure 1, but it works on the entire party. So, I mean, half fire is probably going to be more situationally useful than that. Like, this is really going to be a backup if I run out of all other healing spells and potions, because I could just use potions instead. This is a mega backup scenario. It's never happening. Did I actually buy half fire yet? I forget. No, okay. So I'm getting Cura and half fire. There we go. We got our level 3 spells. Half fire, not Ba fire. It is Ba fire. Like adding that Ba at the beginning. That is literally like in Japanese. Like that's how you say like half something. Like ha/ba. Ba, so saying Ba fire literally means half fire. Okay, so now level 4, I believe, is also in this town. So we're getting a lot done today. rude. Okay, so... Oh, Poisona. Which, that is... Nah, poison. Nah, poison. I'm not going to explain. You can get it. Nah, poison. And then, fear. Fear makes enemies run away from you. Here's an idea. If enemies are capable of running away, it's probably I'm probably better off with me being the one who runs away. So I think that decides it immediately. So yeah, anti-poison, half ice, or rather half cold is what the original was. And then, it says Amute here. But it's, Bokyaru. Bokyaru. Yeah, I don't even know what that's getting at. Bokyaru. Oh, whoops. I was trying to use my mouse. Ah. Ah. I just got invited to a chat on Reddit? That sounds like some sort of scam. I thought I turned Reddit notifications off on my phone to begin with. Does that happen to anybody else where things give you notifications and you never gave them permission for that? Vocal! Ooh! Yeah, you got it. I think you got it, Sam. It's probably literally called Vocal. You got it. Okay, I was just double checking the level 4 spells. Yeah, I don't have any yet. Okay. So, yeah, it's pretty clear that I'm not buying Fear. Fear serves no purpose whatsoever. Honestly, none of these seem like they'll ever have that much of a purpose. Oh, crap. I am out of cash now. I had just barely enough cash to buy all this. So I don't feel as bad about all the grinding I did now, then. Because I was kind of worried that I'd done a little bit too much grinding. But I actually did, like, exactly enough. One less of those big battles, and I could not have afforded every single one of these spells. But now I am set all the way up through Tier 4. What's the worst spell in Final Fantasy I in your opinion? I don't have them all memorized. The thing is, I don't really pay much attention to, like, the magic aspect stuff in RPGs. I'm the kind of player who I prefer to just, like, interact with as few mechanics as I can get away with. Like, keep things as simple as possible. So usually I don't touch the magic systems very much, other than, like, Cure Magic. But yeah, but the worst spell is probably gonna be one of the ones that doesn't work. I'd hazard a guess that that's a pretty good. Wow, friggin' full screen up in here. We got a lot. Oh wow, I was wrong. That's right. Cherry got it. One of them actually. It does not do nothing. It buffs your opponents, I believe. It gives them a buff. Make that a VG Myths episode. Can you beat Final Fantasy 1 while casting Shara? We set up the run so that we have to like do complete minimalism until we get Shara, and then we are legally required to cast it in every battle. No, that's not a serious idea. That would be terrible and boring. It's like Persona 2 Innocent Sin, where this healing item meant to kill the user and revive all other party members does the opposite and kills that character and revives enemies. That's not the opposite. I wouldn't say the opposite. The opposite would be that it kills all other party members and revives the user. Are these significantly harder than the remasters? Oh yeah, every remake of a Final Fantasy game, like, invariably they always make the games easier. Like, that was actually a thing that I attempted to play Final Fantasy IV back in the day, and I played, it was the GBA version, and I just immediately noticed, like, I'm leveling up like 15 times in one goblin battle. And I just like got immediately turned off when I realized, oh, this is the original game was definitely harder than this. And that's why it took me 50 years to play Final Fantasy IV. It's for the best, because at the time I hadn't actually played Final Fantasy III. I'd only played Final Fantasy III 3D. It's such a shame that the Final Fantasy III 3D remake was made for the DS and not the 3DS. Because they could have just called it Final Fantasy 3D. They could have done the pun. Heck, they could have done the pun on, like, the DS, and it still would have worked. I'm mad they didn't do that. Like, I'll make fun of when titles do, like, they do the 3 instead of the letter E, and so we've got games like Driv 3er. I'll make fun of that all day, but friggin' calling the third entry 3D, that is quality. That's cool. Never diss 3D. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna grind on, like, the ogres and the grim grinning ghosts. Until I get close to the next level. Shrek 3D? What? No, it was called Shrek the Third. You can't just come in here and be like, oh yeah, Shrek 3D, ha 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 ha. It's called Shrek the Third, and I'm always mad when people call it Shrek 3. Because that's not what the movie is. It's Shrek the Third. Get it friggin' right. Oh god, I've only got 2 sleeping bags. Well, we'll buy a few on the trip back. Shrek 3D is real, by the way? You're lying. You're a liar. TV Tropes has an entire page called Third is 3D. Hells yeah, that's the best page on TV Tropes. Just popped in between classes? Oh, which classes? I hope none are white mages. I know what you meant. I adore Final Fantasy 1. We'll love to check this out later. Yeah, it's, The video will be a lot more fun than the stream. Good luck in classes. I'm talking about the Shrek 1 version where you get to use the silly blue and red classes. Yeah, but it's not Shrek 3D. You can't just call it Shrek 3D like that. You can't just do that. It's called Shrek the Third, dagnabbit. Good morning, God. How's it going? Sorry, just joined in. Why are we talking Shrek? Because of 3D. Oh, that's right. That's that ride where it turns out that like they actually officially confirm that Lord Farquaad died and became Ghost. That's right. That's actually really important to Shrek canon. Yeah, and then his ghost dies. Oh my god, Cherry, spoilers! I haven't gone to Shrek 4D yet! Oh, I got a phone call. Boop, good morning. That was important talk with Becca. Important cat talk. Lots of cat information was being shared. Very important, very private cat information. Shrek can do anything he sets his mind to. Do not you dare spread these filthy lies. Okay, we bought just as many as we could, and we still have enough for the end. I can't wait to actually watch Shrek the Third, so I can finally live the dream. Because I've only seen Shrek 1 and Shrek 2. Also, for the longest time, I never actually saw Shrek 2 all the way through. I only saw Shrek 2 all the way through, like, friggin' within the last year. Shrek 2 has been a white whale for me for most of my life. It was actually a thing that, so Shrek 2, during, like, the last day of junior high, like, in drama class, like, friggin' the teacher just put up Shrek 2 for us to watch Shrek 2 or whatever, because, like, we weren't doing nothing. And, like, I was literally the only person in class who cared to watch the movie, and eventually the teacher, he just walked up and was like, "I'm sorry, Anthony, you're the only person who cares about Shrek 2," and he just turned the movie off. And so I just stopped watching Shrek 2, like 3/4 through the movie, and I didn't know how Shrek 2 ended. I was devastated. Oh crap, I completely forgot. I was about to run over to the peninsula, but that's right. I'm just grinding for low tier XP. Did it get cut off before the I Need a Hero scene? Yep. I did not know that song was in Shrek. I played, well, I guess I don't want to spoil it. There's a video game that uses that song in a really big moment. And I'm pretty sure that game is referencing Shrek deliberately when they use that song. But I didn't even know when I played that game. That was the first time I'd ever heard that song in my life, was playing that video game. Instead of, I should have first heard it in my entire life watching Shrek 2. Cars 5 reference? We've only seen up to Cars 2. We've only seen up to Cars 2. There's so many movies where we've only seen up to 2. We haven't even seen Planes yet. Something something Valve joke. Dagnabbit. Don't you dare make me reference Valve. I was actually looking some stuff up. I know people have done mods for Half-Life Alyx where, like, it makes the game genuinely, more of a video game. Because like I've talked about it before, back when I first played Half-Life Alyx. Like, of all the VR games I've played, it feels the closest to being like a normal video game instead of a roller coaster. But it's not quite there because it pulls all of its punches because it's afraid to genuinely make the player try. Like, all the enemies just sit there and wait for you to shoot them. They don't try to flank you or anything. And it really takes you out of it. It breaks the immersion when the enemies are just going, hey, I'm right here, and just like grabbing paintbrushes and just painting X's over their foreheads. But yeah, I watched a video that was talking about mods to Half-Life Alyx, and it seems that the mod creators have made mods where the game actually tries. The sad part about that, too, is I did listen to the developer commentary, and right there, in the developer commentary, they just straight up say, so yeah, during the development, we did have the AI, like, genuinely try to like, kill the player a little bit, but then we quickly realized that was just too stressful in VR. Players were getting overwhelmed. And like, I get it, but also, isn't that what hard mode is for? Isn't that what hard mode is for? That's why you have difficulty selector. I want to play Half-Life Alyx again. I want to play games in VR again. I want to play video games again, actually. Just in general. Would be nice. I'm sad because I was using the mouse and keyboard a decent amount yesterday. Like, far more than I have in a long while, and I was sort of hoping, well, maybe the burning feeling isn't gonna happen. No, burning feeling happened. Very definitely way more dulled than the last time I attempted to use mouse and keyboard, and came way later than the last time I tried to use mouse and keyboard, but it's always just, it's like a constant reminder that I'm not there yet. And I've felt so frustrating close to being there yet for like over a month now at this point. Dagnabbit. Dagnabbit. I needed to check how much XP I needed to level up. I'm not sure if I'm leveling up right now. $42. It is a good thing I ran. Okay. Half-Life 1 and 2 both have VR ports, but not, like, I mean... Well, I was gonna say, well, they're not, like, official, but... I mean, I was just talking about potentially playing mods of Half-Life Alyx, so I guess I'm already at that point where I'm desperate enough to do mods. Mods are, like, a very, very rare thing for me to interact with in any capacity. I am very much like a purist. It's gotta be the game. But we're also talking about a scenario where genuinely a VR first-person shooter that's actually genuinely a video game still does not exist yet that I have found. So if mods make that a reality, then, like, I'm gonna be going for the mods. Why do all the best YouTubers keep having medical issues messing them up? I don't know. I wish I could tell you why I had my medical issue. I don't even know about friggin' me individually. I ain't figuring out why everybody else. Also, good morning, Squibble. How's it going? What game were you playing? Was it good? Was it bad? I hope it was terrible and you had so much fun in that terrible game. 24. I was playing Placid Plastic Duck Simulator, which has no gameplay. I mean, honestly, that could go either way. That could be a good game. That could be a bad game. Who knows? It has a level of quality. That's more than many games with no gameplay. It's like watching 20 DVD logos bounce around a screen. Now that is gameplay. So what you're saying is you played a port of Super Mario 128. That's what I'm getting out of this. Okay. Nope. We missed both strength and agility. You got here at a perfect time, Squibble. Squibble, have you seen any of the prior Final Fantasy streams? Because you just got here at level up time. It's a very special time in the run where nothing happens for a very long time. Oh my god, I love nothing. This is so exciting. Oh yeah, congratulations, Lilycade. Can't say I have, but I have been watching you for a very long time. Okay, so yeah. We're trying to level up. In this run, it's not required, but it's generally recommended to min-max your stats when you level up, because they're, like, sort of randomized. There are 5 stats that you can potentially get when you level up. Not counting HP, which is its own separate thing. And those stats are strength, agility, wisdom, vitality, and luck. We don't have to worry about wisdom and luck because they don't do anything. And so we're just trying to min-max strength, agility, and vitality. Which, depending on the particular level, some stats you're guaranteed to get on some levels, and then on other levels you're not guaranteed to get them. If you're not guaranteed to get a stat on a particular level up, then it's a 1 in 4 dice roll. Right on this level, we know already that strength and agility... oh, I should go ahead and save again, because that just got us closer to leveling up. We weren't actually guaranteed to level up after one battle yet. But yeah, both strength and agility are not guaranteed on this level. We don't know if vitality is guaranteed yet. I should advance it and check. Depending on vitality, if vitality is guaranteed or not, we're either looking at a 1 in 16 dice roll or a 1 in 64 dice roll. Okay, so we missed them again. We did get vitality, but that could have just been we won the 1 in 4 dice roll that time. After seeing your no-hit Pokemon run, this seems tame now. This is much more tame than no-hit Pokemon. However, it is a bit different. It's testing a different kind of patience. Because in no-hit Pokemon, it was very stressful, like doing all that grinding to get XP while like hoping that you wouldn't get hit later and lose it all. But you never had to like, you never needed good RNG in the same sense here, where like you're grinding to get a random drop. There's never anything quite like this. Okay, there we got strength. We did not get agility. I just said in the Pokemon run, the more times you roll the dice, the more likely it is to come up tails. Yeah, so in the Pokemon run, we were trying to avoid ever having the dice come up tails, which was a very, very, very rare result. In this run, we're not allowed to continue with the run until we roll the dice over and over and over and over again and finally have the dice come up tails. So in a way, we're sort of doing the opposite kind of grind. And we do this every single level up. Max level's 50. Is that going to give us enough XP? I don't think it is. Oh, it is. Never mind. I underestimated how much the Goblin Guards give. Okay, that time we got agility, but not strength. We got vitality again. I think, based on the fact that the 2 times I've looked at vitality, we got it, I would lean towards thinking that it is guaranteed. But clearly a very small sample size still. In which case, yeah, we're definitely going to go for both strength and agility, because that's just 1 in 16. It must be pretty hard to get tails on a dice that only has 6 numbers and no tail side. That has been one of my favorite turns of phrase in any of my videos ever, and I'm so glad it's in the Pokemon one, which is like the most important one. Because like it not only does it like not only like it seems illogical, but at the same time it really stresses just how rare the event is that we're dreading coming up. And another favorite part of mine is, a lot of people watch the video and don't even catch it. They don't logic point A to point B there. Or rather, point A to point 1. How much progress have I made? I'm at the second town. I love that we reached the second town the first day, and every time somebody comes in here and asks how much progress have I made, where am I just get to say, I'm at the second town. What level do I think I'll go into Marsh Cave at? I don't know, 50 seems good. I was there yesterday. I did a much easier Pokemon run myself recently. Ooh, what was it? Champ, out of everyone who is bad at video games, you're the most talented one? Oh, you're just saying that. Spinda only in Emerald. One at level 75. Congrats. Spinda. That's the swirly-eyed... That's the swirly-eyed bear, right? That's what Spinda is, right? I like Spinda. I need to play Gen 3. Oh my god. Oh my god. The funniest bit of Pokemon knowledge I know is that they fixed the 1 in 256 miss in Stadium by adding a second accuracy check if you rolled a 256. But it's not recursive, creating the infinitely funnier 1 in 65,536 glitch. So they didn't fix it, they just made it rarer. That is amazing. Fun fact, there are over 4 trillion variations of Spinda, each with the swirls in a slightly different spot on its body. Ooh, neat. Isn't that a thing for another type of Pokemon as well? I thought that was already also a thing for like a Gen 2 Pokemon. Unless it was just Spinda that I was thinking of. It's just Spinda? I guess it's just Spinda. That makes me mad again, by the way. Like one of the Borderlands games, they went and were like they went to Guinness World Records and were like, "Hey, can you just give us a Guinness World Records for most weapons ever in a video game?" And I just got the friggin' world record for most weapons ever in a video game. But also like it's just they're literally just counting like all the tiniest variations of just like random number generators saying that like, yeah, this gun has 2 strength instead of 3. I am not convinced that they actually have the world record for like the most number of weapons in a video game. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody beat them already decades prior and they just, like, they didn't make it part of their marketing campaign because it's such a nothing thing that anybody could do. Ooh, there we go. Strength, agility, and vitality. We leveled up. See, I'm pretty sure Vitality was guaranteed on that level up, so it was only 1 in 16. By that logic, doesn't this game have like millions of possible stat combinations? Yeah, there are trillions of possible parties in this game. This game has the world record for most varied party members in any JRPG ever made. Pokemon? Well, it's not part of Pokemon's advertising campaign, so it doesn't count. Oh, we got some drama in the chat. Someone's coming in and going objection to that little Pokemon Stadium knowledge we get. And then on Bulbapedia it says that the game does a 1 in 254 instead of 1 in 256 or something. I don't know who to trust. Which one do I shoot? Say something only the true Pokemon trivia would know. Might have just gotten bad info then. I learned it from a video about the competitive differences between Red, Blue, Yellow, and Stadium. Well, here's the question. Which Stadium are we talking about? Because there are 3 Stadium games. So it might be that one of the Stadiums fixed it incorrectly, like so that it did the 1 in 65,000 thing. And then another Stadium, Stadium 1? Wait, well, I mean, that doesn't get us any closer. Which Pokemon Stadium won? Ah, Dio. Come on. Oh my god. Oh my god! I survived 3 hits, and then it's the 4th one that stuns me. I don't think the guy mentioned. I would guess English version. I mean, I honestly, if I had to hazard a guess of which game was it that fixed it incorrectly, and then which game was it that fixed it properly, I would assume that the first game was the one that fixed it incorrectly, and then they fixed it. Yeah, we need 8,700, so we go into Peninsula. What spell is Dio? Dia is what it is titled. I believe in the official English translation it was called Herm 2, or rather Harm 2. I have no idea what it would be called in the remakes. Apparently, in the remakes, it's called Diara. Hi, Night Squibble. Thanks for joining. Sorry for raiding and leaving so early? Honestly, I'm used to that. Usually what happens is when somebody does a raid is they just do the raid and say, "Hi, I'm exhausted, goodbye." Which is incredibly valid. That's for harming undead monsters only, right? Correct. The Dia line is specifically an offensive spell that only harms undead monsters. And it is central to the solo run because the Peninsula of Power, ever coincidentally, has undead monsters. Can't spell harmony without harm. All this talk of harm is making me think of Jag. It is an old TV show that is this. It was just the show that NCIS was a spin-off of. Rebecca and I have been very slowly watching through it. It is also like... It is also... There are some episodes of Jag. It is like super duper obvious like military propaganda. There are some episodes that are super products of their time. It is amazing what episodes of TV they were writing back in the day. There is one episode which takes the cake over all other episodes of Jag. Okay, so the premise of this episode, so now Jag is like, Judge Advocate General? I don't know. But the point is that they're essentially like lawyers who handle like cases within like the various like militaries of the United States. Navy lawyers, yeah. I think it's specifically Navy lawyers, that's right. But in the show, I don't know if this happens in real life or not, or if it's just for the sake of the show. They handle just every military. They do cases for every single military. I'm sure that's just a thing for the sake of the show, so that they get more mileage. Yeah, it's about Phoenix Wright, but for the military. But so there's this one episode where there's this incident where like, the long and short of it is that like this like army group or Navy group, who cares? I never differentiate them. They're the same friggin' thing. Friggin' Navy is just, the Navy is just the army, but with boats. And lots of the time, they're not even on boats, so how can you tell the difference? But so there's this incident where like this like operative group is going in a foreign country, and they're like doing like this hit on some opposing like some opposing faction there, and one member of the United States military group, they actually like jump the gun and start firing before they're supposed to, and it causes a whole like shootout in the middle of like friggin' a civilian area, and a kid dies. A kid gets shot and dies, and it's not clear whether or not like the kid died as a result of like whose bullet it was that killed the kid. that is never determined, but it's about, like, the whole court case. Oh, like, I forget if Harm was defending or prosecuting the guy. I think he was defending him. I think he's primarily a defense attorney. But the resolution to this whole court case is just incredible Hollywood writing. Okay, so Harm does something nobody would have expected. He decides he goes all the way over to that village in that foreign country and brings over the mother of the kid who was shot. The kid who died as a result of the United States military's actions. He brings in the kid's mother and brings her in to speak at the trial as a witness testimony. And guess what she says? So like she goes into like who does she blame for her son's death? Who does she blame for her son getting killed? She says that she blames all of you. Every single one of you in this country. The United States of America is responsible for the death of my son. Every single American citizen. Because you were too unwilling to shoot the bad guys fast enough. If you just came in and just ignored all of the politics of the situation, and you just went in guns blazing and killed all of the bad guys, then you would have killed them long before my son got murdered. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that my son happened to die in this one shootout that you caused, because in fact, you were responsible for the shootout happening in the first place by not getting into a shootout earlier. Literally, they just have a lady in a foreign country yelling at the entire United States for not being superheroes enough and saving the world. It is incredible. Oh, you got ads? You got ads? I think you got it. I think you got the gist. Can you hear me again? Is the ad over? Yeah, if only Americans were more willing to shoot people. Exactly. That was the resolution. And then they just end the episode on that. They end the episode on that speech to really sell it, that like the audience is supposed to sit there and think like, wow, yeah, we really are terrible for how little we do to rescue foreign countries from themselves. Update. Both the Smogon page for Stadium and Bulbapedia page on accuracy check says the 1 in 65,000 is in International Stadium 1. Okay. Maybe the 254 thing is Pokemon Stadium 2? Question mark? Or rather Pokemon Stadium Gold and Silver? But yeah, that show has had some questionable episodes in addition to that, but that is the one that stands out the most as just like the most baffling. What? This is how you wrote this episode? Also, thank you for the raid, Banjo. Good morning. How was your stream? What were you playing? I assume you weren't playing Banjo. That would just be way too on the nose. Might want to know the rules of this challenge run. Basically, the only rule is just only one party member can have experience. And that party member has to be a white mage. I was playing New Vegas, but it kept crashing, so I switched to Game Dev Tycoon. Ooh, I've wanted to play that for a while, but it's probably never gonna happen. I've got too many games in the backlog. Game Dev Tycoon, I mean, not New Vegas. I mean, I am gonna play New Vegas eventually. I'm gonna play all of the Fallout games. It's just I haven't played Fallout 1 yet. And I'm not a big fan of WRPGs, so I'm probably never gonna play Fallout 1. Let's be honest. Okay, I was about to say that New Vegas, in my understanding, a cornerstone of trans femme culture. Yeah, I've gotten that impression, which has making me, which has made me more interested in playing the Fallout series. I need to learn my cultural heritage. But at the same time, I'd have to play through Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 and Fallout Tactics or whatever it was. And like, friggin' all of those are WRPGs. Fallout 3 I'd be less concerned about playing through, because while it is a WRPG, it's also a first-person shooter. What's the W stand for? Western. There's two branches of RPGs, Western RPG and JRPG. I will say, I feel like Western RPGs have become much less common nowadays. Like, the Western RPG, like setup has become, like, way less popular compared to JRPGs. Like, even, like, if you play, like, the Western RPG franchises that are around now, they've like, made all their stat systems closer to JRPGs. They're still within WRPG territory, but like, Skyrim is closer to a JRPG than Elder Scrolls Arena is, by far. New Vegas stands on its own pretty well. There's some nice-to-know stuff from the first two games. It adds a bit of flavor, not required knowledge. Thank you, Sam. That's not how Champ works. Let me put it this way. This is all you need to know about me. And I think you will not be capable of arguing against this because it seems just flabbergasting on the face of it. The reason I haven't played Perfect Dark yet is because I have not watched all of the James Bond movies yet. So just put that into your brain nugget, and that's where, and you'll understand that there is no reasoning with me. Okay, good. I didn't level up. I was wondering. 351. We got really close. We got really lucky, actually, there, because we got two entire groups of 4. Well, Perfect is basically just GoldenEye 2. Exactly. That is how I'm working off it. Perfect Dark is a sequel to GoldenEye, as far as I see it. Just a direct sequel. And so in order to play Perfect Dark, I need to play GoldenEye. And in order to play GoldenEye, I need to watch the movie GoldenEye. And in order to watch the movie GoldenEye, I have to watch all the movies in that franchise before it. Just be thankful I'm not reading the books. I've decided to just not care about reading all of the James Bond books before I watch the movies. I've decided to just not care about the books. That is incredibly rare for me to do. Be glad I'm making that exception. The books are terrible anyway. Aww. I was hoping I could... I was being brave in my decision to not read them. So you've read the James Bond books, is what I'm getting out of this. Oh wait, I should have actually fought that one. I'm still like over 100 away. Yeah, I'll get into some fights in the water, and that's how I'll get myself closer. Which Final Fantasy am I on casually? The most recent one I've finished is 4. So next in the line is 5. And honestly, I feel like I probably would have played 5 by now if my hands hadn't exploded. Mostly just watch your YouTube videos, but decided to take the chance to raid because why not? I mean, I mostly do my YouTube videos instead of streaming, so this is a very rare occurrence these days. Game Champ when something has Sherlock in it. I do need to go and actually read the Sherlock Holmes books. That is one where I definitely like friggin', it's Sherlock Holmes. Like friggin', like you gotta actually read Sherlock Holmes. Especially because, like, I just love murder mysteries in general. And, like, Sherlock Holmes is, like, that's like, the mascot of the entire concept of murder mystery. Sherlock Holmes invented the entire concept of people killing each other. I'm seeing reviews of Final Fantasy V, and I am just gleaming past them in my head without any brain power because reviews are spoilers. If I hear your opinion on it, it might affect how I feel about the game. Wasn't that Cain and Abel? That was actually the story of Cain and Abel was actually added to the Bible in the 1950s, long after Sherlock Holmes. Long after Sherlock Holmes was added to the Bible. The action scenes in the Bond books are fantastic, but James' inner monologue is so full of racism and sexism that I was laughing out loud. You're not selling these as books I wouldn't want to read. That sounds like incredible fun. Like, it's so very clearly a product of the 1950s when they were written. Yeah, I was sort of expecting that, considering there's also a decent bit of that in the movies. And I have at least seen, like, the first few movies. They were fun to read, but I wouldn't call them good. Oh yeah, of course. Morning, Dracobatic. Night-night's Dracobatic. Heart emojis. Maybe the later books get better. I'll let you know if I ever get around to them. How many books are there? Because I sort of got the impression that, like, there were just a few of the early books, and then they just made the movies, and the movies got popular, and then at that point they were just like, all right, we're just gonna make fan fiction for James Bond till the rest of time. And now there's just 50,000 James Bond fanfic movies and, like, 2 source material books. Oh crap, I leveled up! I wasn't supposed to do that! Dagnabbit! I didn't realize the shark would get me there. 201, wow. Shark's good XP. Huh. Maybe I should have leveled up more at the other area. Nope. What are the odds of this level up? I'll find out when I get there. I know it's at least 1 in 4. GoldenEye was the first movie not based on any book at all. Okay. Wait, GoldenEye was the first book not based on any movie at all? This is all reminding me I need to play the Witcher games. A thing which I am capable of doing now because I've actually read the books. I was actually, like, I read the books and I just wanted to let the books sit a while because I really loved the books. And I didn't want to just go directly into the games and then have them, like, blur together. But now, like, honestly, if my hands hadn't exploded, I probably would have at least been in the middle of the first Witcher game by now. Dagnabbit. The books are so goof. The goofiest, I know. I just realized I haven't blinked enough. They're actually killing me with non-crits. Fleming wrote 12 novels and 2 collections of short stories in the series, all at his Jamaican home, GoldenEye, and published annually. Wait, his Jamaican home was called GoldenEye? I'm not I'm not sure I understand the end of that statement. Yeah, but that isn't the title of a book he wrote, which I didn't realize until now. So wait, he actually like called his house GoldenEye. I don't understand. He called his house GoldenEye. That's where the title comes from. He named his house. Am I understanding that correctly? Also, thank you for the subscription. Pretty sure I'm good to do this battle and I won't level up yet. $27. I'm sad. I miss having wireless controllers. Because I need water. But I can't play the game if I walk away. How far in are you anyway? I'm at the second town. Also, thank you for the subscription event. JoJo's is also fun to just reference without knowing anything about it, but I do almost want to actually watch it. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is very much a thing that definitely, yes, please, read and or watch it. There is nothing like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is its own self-contained genre. Okay, I'm hoping that this is just a 1 in 4 actually this time. Because I saw that I got Vitality and Strength, and I've gotten Strength. I got Strength the first time as well, I believe. Never played Final Fantasy 1. Is White Mage widely considered the worst character? Thief is widely considered the worst character. But White Mage is difficult in a solo run because they're a support character. You're not really supposed to have the White Mage, you know, kill the final boss. And there, yeah, Sam got that. That's why we're not doing 4 Thieves instead of 4 White Mages. So is the challenge just solo White Mage? Just solo White Mage. In my experience, Thief sucks, but after promotion to Ninja, it's really good. I mean, what, like, the thing is, Banjo, what does it do? What does Ninja do? What does Ninja do that Red Mage doesn't? That Knight doesn't? That Black Belt doesn't? Wait, you can get promoted? Not in this run, but that is a mechanic in this game, yes. What does White Mage become? White Wizard. Literally just, you get access to more spells. After promotion, the White and Black Wizards, they get access to all spells of their type. Whereas White Mage and Black Mage, they only have access to most of them. But then, like, the highest tier ones, they can't learn. Oh, Dagnab! Dagnab, the horse ran away from me! You still get 1 experience point if they run away from you. If every single enemy runs away, then it gives you a pity experience point. They take their hats off? Well, I mean, they don't take their hats off. They just pull the hoods down. Wait, White Mage is actually wearing a hat. Never mind. White Mage is wearing a hood. The small amount of black magic Ninja gets makes it good to be a buff focus character, so your Black Mage can still focus on the murder. Okay, but does Ninja learn any black magic that Red Mage can't? He has better offenses and bulk than Red Wizard? Really? I don't know. Here's another really important thing. Are we talking about Final Fantasy 1 or are we talking about the remakes? In non-NES. Okay, but we're talking about Final Fantasy 1 here, though. Okay, we leveled up. Well, you can't take in, like, remake stuff and like, just retroactively apply it. We're talking about Final Fantasy 1 here. I don't know anything about the remakes. We are level 16. Temper in NES is one of the ones that doesn't work. So you're talking about oh wait, you said it's Temper in NES is one of the spells of all time. I'm not sure. I'm confused now because you were talking about Temper being really good, but then you said it's in NES. It's like we're having two conversations at the same time. I'm talking Pixel Remaster, which mechanically just fixed the intelligence bug. Intelligence bug? What are you what's the intelligence bug? By the intelligence bug, are you referring to that the intelligence isn't a mechanic? Because that's not a bug, that's just that it's not a mechanic. In NES, int does not work. It's not that it doesn't work, it's that it isn't a mechanic in the game. It's just a stat on your stat screen that doesn't do anything. It's not that the stat is bugged, there's nothing to fix, it's just never used. It's like if like at the end of the game you get the crystal the crystal diamond at the end of the game, and the crystal diamond serves no purpose. That's the equivalent of the wisdom of the wisdom stat. It's just that there just isn't a thing to use it for. I think stat that was supposed to be used qualifies as a bug. But what do you mean it was quote-unquote supposed to be used? What do you mean by it was supposed to be used? What does that even mean? Well, it was meant to factor into spell damage calculations, right? That's a good theory that's how it could have been used, but that's not how spells work in this game. So to say that it's a bug doesn't make sense. That's just not how it works. But, like, go back to my Crystal Diamond example. If there's just a treasure chest and it has an item called the Crystal Diamond, and the Crystal Diamond just doesn't do anything at all whatsoever. It was never programmed to do anything. Is that a bug? No, it's just a useless item. So wisdom is just a useless stat. But yeah, I push back heavily on the idea that they quote-unquote fixed wisdom by making it do something. They didn't fix it. The closest thing to a quote-unquote fix that I would say is a thing for the wisdom stat is if they removed the wisdom stat from the game entirely. That would be a quote-unquote fix because it keeps the game intact without, like, and just removes something that seems odd. But if they make the wisdom stat do anything, they're not fixing anything. They're just changing the game fundamentally. It's like saying that like Final Fantasy VII Remake, they fixed the combat system because in the original game you couldn't move your character. That's not, they didn't fix it, they changed it. Final Fantasy Wiki says that int is supposed to be a factor in spell damage, but it has no source. Yeah, everything that I've seen leads me to believe that it is just a useless stat. It's not implemented incorrectly, it's just not implemented. You always mention sipping lattes when waiting, but I need to ask, what's your favorite latte? That's actually already been addressed. Only true Gamer Champ fans know what my favorite latte is. It's a fix if they intended wisdom to have an effect, though. So if originally, when the game was being developed, they intended the main character to die at the end, but then eventually the game comes out and the main character doesn't die at the end, does that mean that you fix it if you do a mod where the main character dies at the end? No, because that's just that things changed over the course of development. At some point in development, sure, at some point, maybe they intended on wisdom doing anything. It would make sense for them to put it in the game if they intended it on doing something. But that's not how it turned out at the end. We can't just assume that it was a matter of bugs where the stat doesn't do anything. It could just be that they never, like, decided for it to do a specific thing. That all the systems are, like, working without the wisdom stat because all the systems were designed to work without the wisdom stat. I have Poisoner. Dang it, Cura is in the same slot as Dio. Yeah, I'll leave myself with 2 blinks. I think it's just a difference in definitions. I don't think this is a difference in definitions. I think this really is just a difference in, like... I don't think this could be a difference in definitions. I think this is a difference in, like... In our understandings of what wisdom is in this video game. Because the way I'm looking at it, wisdom is a dummied feature. It is a mechanic that was intended to be in the game at some point, but was not actually implemented into the game. Similar to, like, say, I'm trying to think of a good example. Collecting the Triforce in Ocarina of Time. The Triforce is a dummy item in Ocarina of Time, right? Because we know that it was a thing that at some point in Ocarina of Time's development, you would have been able to collect the Triforce. It's basically the same thing here. The Triforce is equivalent to the Wisdom stat in Final Fantasy I. I would not say that it's a bug that you can't get the Triforce in Ocarina of Time. Final Fantasy VI, Magic Evade is used for evading physical and magic attacks. This also leads to blind doing nothing as it was programmed to affect physical evade. Wait, so it sounds like Magic Evade just does what it does, and blind does nothing. So the problem isn't that... the way you are describing this to me, Magic Evade is not bugged. Blind is bugged. Oh, dagnabbit. Oh, wait, I am still in the peninsula. Not that it matters. Wait, is this part of the peninsula, or was I just not looking at the screen well enough? I'm not sure. I don't think that's part of the peninsula. What level am I trying to get to? 50. So have we cleared any story objectives since I was last here? That depends. Were you last here day one? Or are we still grinding near the second town of the game? We're still grinding near the second town of the game. We have done something which is non-story, but definitely like progress. We did buy all of our spells up to level 4. Like all of our slots are now filled up. Maybe I should just go ahead and like use those potions. Heck, maybe even just use Cura. Or wait, actually, yeah, I'll just use one potion and then one of the sleeping bags, and that. There. Now I've got full health. So earlier about Int Wisdom not being a bug. This would be like if you argue that everything using Magic Evade in Final Fantasy VI is a bug. Well, the thing is, it sounds like Magic Evade is being used in calculations in Final Fantasy VI, in scenarios where it doesn't make sense for it to be used in calculations. That is a very different scenario from Wisdom in Final Fantasy I, where in Final Fantasy I, Wisdom just is not a used mechanic, and there are no equations in the game where it would make sense to use Wisdom instead of something else that is used. Like, there are no equations that were done wrong because of them not using Wisdom. Which painfully long grind would you rather be stuck doing, this or Viridian Forest? Well, this is a lot less stressful because, like, I can just, like, get hit and die and it doesn't end the run. This, I'm just making constant progress, whereas Viridian Forest, who knows? Maybe all this progress will be undone 50 hours later. Also, there are no Caterpies. Yeah, because Caterpies, like, it wasn't even like, maybe this run will be undone 50 hours later. It was genuinely the case that I could mess up and lose the run right here. Right here, right now, during the grind. It's very easy not to do that, but when you're grinding for 100 hours, doing the same thing over and over, it's really easy for your brain to just turn off, and then you make a misinput. Which I did. I did that at least once. At least once in Viridian Forest grinding, I attacked a Caterpie when I should have ran away. So I decided to come here to buy more sleeping bags. Because I definitely got enough cash for it. I accidentally bought a potion. Oh no. I miss Turbo. I still need to play the Wreck-It Ralph video game. I remember it being a mild controversy when Wreck-It Ralph came out and the Wreck-It Ralph video game came out. The Wreck-It Ralph video game is a sequel to the movie. And of course it came out when the movie, like, it might have even come out like a couple days before the movie came out or something. And so, like, the exact moment you boot up Wreck-It Ralph, the video game, it's just like, previously on Wreck-It Ralph, Ralph was decapitated. So I think the most annoying thing about damageless Pokemon runs is that in recent gens, they've been purposely making it impossible. You say purposely. I assume not as in they were like, damageless Pokemon runs! Let's put those gamers in their place! And more just that they just happened to make it impossible. Like, they're coding the rival to attack first turn every time. Yeah, but I feel like that's probably less... That's probably less like, let's put those gamers in their place. And more like, let's make absolutely sure that the player immediately understands what it means to be attacked. Good morning, Nerfini. Congratulations on getting home. Didn't someone do platinum damageless though? No. No. Dagnabbit, no. Nobody's done damageless in any other games other than me yet. They did it with Safe Scumming. And yeah, Platinum's Gen 4, so that doesn't even, like... There you go. So at this point, I didn't intend on buying 99 sleeping bags, but at this, like, what am I gonna do? Not buy 99 sleeping bags? I've come so far. On my way now to do legit damageless platinum BRB. I can't wait till I get that far in the series, and all the comments are just gonna be, why even bother? This has already been done before. Oh my god. Is that a thing for speedrunners? Is that a thing for speedrunners where someone just says, I just got the world record in Super Mario Brothers for the Nintendo Entertainment System, and they just get a comment below the video? I don't know how to tell you this, but somebody already got a world record in Super Mario Brothers. This is kind of an old thing you're doing here. Kind of a ripoff here. I'm actually a world record speedrunner myself. Oh, that's right, that's right. Yeah, you have the world record in Trek Super Slam. Oh, I think yep, I've got 99 sleeping bags now. Luckily with potions, I can just mash the A button. I don't have to move the analog stick anymore. Now I can play the game with one foot. My friend holds the world record for Fire Girl and Water Boy, but not sure which one. Congratulations to you for having a friend who is a world record holder. Few people can be friends of world record holders. Thank you for the subscription, old donuts. What level are we currently at? 16, if I remember correctly. What controller do I use? Right now I'm using a Mayflash arcade fight stick. Like a multi-platform one that works on like almost all the modern platforms. It doesn't work on Wii U, but don't worry, there are ways around that. But yeah, I assume you're not aware, because you're asking that, totally not waff, that I am playing with my feet right now. I am still very much disabled. Although I kind of wonder if I should still refer to myself as disabled or not, because I am at the point where, like, everyday life, I can do everything in everyday life with my hands again. Like, that's sort of past by now. It's basically just using the computer and playing video games that I'm just not able to do with my hands. Almost abled. Yeah, basically. I'm gonna need to get into a battle along the way to be able to save again. Oh wait, I could also just save with yeah, I could just save with a sleeping bag. I've got 99 of them. It does still interfere with your work. Yeah, that's a pretty important aspect to consider. Oh no, I tripped and fell all over the Wii U gamepad. Meh. Thank you for the heart emoji, Zero. Dagnabbit. Now I kind of gotta go sleep at the end. I'm just gonna do like one fight out here. That'll give me enough cash. How much XP do I need? I know it's, yeah, 7,000. You know what? Screw it. Yeah, I'll just kill all you. Not even gonna bother blinking. And you spent all your money on sleeping bags, but still need money to sleep in the inn. Costs a lot to get a room that has enough space to fit my 99 sleeping bags in. Okay, I'm gonna go get that water I said I was gonna get an hour ago. And also a bathroom. I'll be right back with water and a bathroom. Good morning. Doob, doob, doob. Doob, 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 doob. Doob, 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 mom. Da-na-na-na-na. Hi. There he is. Aw. I can tell he's in his box really easily because the sun is like bouncing all around everywhere, the sunlight, and so it's lighting up the inside of his box, even though the sunlight could not possibly reach in there directly. It's entirely like friggin' that, whatchamacallit, what's that cool light radiance technology? Ambient occlusion. It's entirely ambient occlusion that is lighting up the inside of Han's box. It's amazing. Good morning. Game champ despawn again? We have to wait for another spawn. Oh yeah, I'm on one of those timers where it checks to see if I'm still on the map every 5 minutes. Unfortunately, if I'm currently in a vehicle, it doesn't recognize me as being there, so it'll just spawn another of me. Whoops, Tegnav it. Cool. That's a little bit of bonus exp. Wait, can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? How? Are you all there? How much have we progressed since you were here last? Thus ends the list of all the progression things that we did since you were here last. No one can hear you, Game Champ. Don't worry. Okay, cool, great. I was really worried that those idiots in the Strem chat could hear my secret innermost thoughts. They don't even understand that I'm just using them for internet clout, like an asshole, which I secretly am. I'm just joking. None of that is secret. I'm totally upfront about how much I hate every single one of you. Also, Miss Champ, please be careful if you ever try another Rockman Damageless run again. I mean, I feel like there's sort of an assumption there that I might not be careful while trying a Rockman Damageless run again. I wasn't supposed to blink again, dagnabbit. Actually, what are my... I wonder if it's worth it to, No, I've used up all of my audios. So no, it would not be worth it to, like, stay here for another go. What indie games are you looking forward to doing challenge runs of, if there are any? Well, off the top of my head, Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight Damageless is a one that I'd love to do after I 100% complete Hollow Knight, which I will never do because the game's too damn hard. Took me a second to remember what I was doing in the game after that. Champ, why do you like to suffer? It's just so fun. Maybe once you can use your hands again, since you'll have experience playing with feet, you can figure out a way to split the controls so you can use both. I've actually been considering maybe just like permanently having the fight stick to like click with the mouse, because that does take a lot of the strain off of like using a mouse. If I'm only moving the mouse with my hand, and then I'm clicking with my feet, that is actually a lot less strenuous. Because, like, it's the clicking action that is most of the problem, I feel like. I think it took me 230 hours to fully complete Hollow Knight. Now, you say 230 hours to fully complete Hollow Knight. Did you do everything in Deathless mode? Not just beat Deathless mode, but did everything in Deathless mode. Not that you should consider that fully completing. That is what I would consider fully completing. Yes. Okay, good. Hardcore. I mean, not good. It's cool. It's cool that you did that. But that is actually my ultimate goal. But I still haven't finished regular mode yet. And regular mode seems impossibly difficult to 100%. The thing is, though, the hardest part of regular mode, you'll have to do in Deathless mode again. But also, it's exactly as difficult in Deathless mode because you're allowed to die in that section. Deaths don't count in the Pantheons, I'm pretty sure. I consider full completion to be all achievements, and I believe there is an achievement for 100% Deathless. I'm pretty sure Deathless is only for beating the game. Maybe there's an achievement in Deathless for in-game 100%, which you will do about 100% in-game is about 50% of the way through the game. But I don't think there is. I think it is just for beating the game. I don't remember there being a like any reach this percentage or anything for Deathless mode. I think Deathless really was just beat the game. The achievement Steelheart requires you to do 100%. Oh, okay, so there is actually a get 100%, but you only have to get 100%. You don't need to 100% the game. You only need the in-game progression counter to say 100%. which is like that's miles, years before actual 100%. Like, you can ignore, like, all of the hard stuff where, like, death is a concern. And just go around doing the dumb, stupid mini-games where dying just won't happen. Like, it's impossible to die. And that'll get you to 100%. So I'm assuming this is hypothetical VG myths? No, we're just talking about normal, casual, regular playing Hollow Knight as a casual player. Hollow Knight is friggin' hardcore. Hollow Knight, at a bare minimum, expects you to be God. I'll be real, the Pantheon was harder than the other stuff in Steel Soul. Yeah, that's where I'm stuck. I am stuck at the Pantheons. Trying to do them with all of the seals simultaneously is just ludicrous. And here I am, dying like 15 times to Crystal Guardian in Hollow Knight. I mean, you only died 15 times? So you're basically just still in the tutorial then. Don't worry, you'll get the hang of it after a couple hundred times. I gotta correct you on something that I'm incredibly pedantic on, Slime. There is no DLC content in Hollow Knight. There is only patches. They only patched the game. They didn't release any DLC. You're not required to do all the seals on each of the Pantheons, to be fair. Yes, you are. You can do them one at a time. Nope. Nope. You gotta do all of them simultaneously. The game acknowledges it. If the game says this is a thing you can do, then that means the game is telling you this is a thing you have to do. It's him, the man, the myth, the legend? Minotaur Zombie? I mean, yeah, Minotaur Zombie is pretty cool, but I mean, I haven't heard that many myths. Have you seen the Persona 5 hit list? I haven't read the original Megami Tensei books yet. But I mean, doing Persona 5 Persona 5, is it hitless or damageless? Either way, that sounds pretty neat, considering it's a JRPG. Turn-based JRPG. I was talking about Pantheon 5 and Hollow Knight. I don't know... Well, I'm not supposed to know that there is a Pantheon 5 yet. I haven't unlocked it yet, but I did have it spoiled for me while I was working on... You know, now I think I'm on Pantheon 3. I think I'm still on Pantheon 3 right now. But while I was working on Pantheon 3, streaming Pantheon 3, like, somebody just came in the chat and was just like, oh wow, how are you even going to do this in Pantheon 5? Because Pantheon 5 is blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, what? Well, I don't know, because I haven't gotten there yet, and that would have been really cool to find out on my own. That would have been an incredible moment. That's probably one of the biggest spoilers in the game, and you just said it. You just said the biggest spoiler in the game. Okay, so now we're gonna go back to grinding the Grim Grinning Ghosts a little bit until we get close to leveling up. I love that you was stuck on Pantheon 5. Yeah, I haven't even gotten there yet. But no, don't worry, because I haven't been spoiled. Like, you didn't spoil anything for it. Spoil anything. You would have. You would have spoiled it if I hadn't already had it spoiled. I was suspicious that there'd be a Pantheon 5 already. I wouldn't have considered it that much of a spoiler, because it's just kind of obvious, like, the game gives you 4 Pantheons. It just says, do these 4 Pantheons. Like, am I just gonna think, oh, I do the 4 Pantheons, and then it just plays the game over screen? It just goes, you did it! You did the basics. There is nothing more to this video game. No, don't worry about it, Nerfini. You are not the specific person who has eternally cursed me with knowledge. I'm actually really happy that I played Kirby in the Forgotten Land spoiler-free. Aw, congratulations. Yeah, I was really surprised when I heard about Kirby getting decapitated in the final cutscene. Because, like, I mean, he's just ahead. How do you decapitate him? But they actually managed it. I was happy to get to play it again. I played the original Wii version, so I was glad to play it again on Switch. Wait, what? Wait, which game are you talking about? I'm confused. Are you talking about Hollow Knight? Was Hollow Knight on the Wii? You were thinking about another Kirby game. Okay. Okay, Return to Dreamland. One thing I'm mad about. That's another thing that I'm just mad about. Just sitting here in my friggin' rocking chair on the front porch, going, "Dagnabbit, you kids! Friggin' Kirby and the Forgotten Kirby and the Return to Dreamland Deluxe. That's not a port. It's a remake. You're not playing the Wii game. You're playing a Nintendo Switch game made for the Nintendo Switch. Dagnabbit, you kids." Oh no, whoops, I didn't want to do that. I think I'm all out of cares to give about remakes now. There have been so many remakes lately that just aren't good. Yes, it does seem to be the case that when it comes to remasters especially, we are lucky if the remaster is at least a passable alternative to the original game. But, I mean, that's been a thing ever since even, like, the PS3 days when they were just starting to do the HD remakes. I think it's a bit better nowadays than it was in the PS3, because in the PS3, just, like, God, look at, like, the Ratchet and Clank and Sly collections on PS3. Like, they didn't... There was no respect for, like, the actual presentation of the games. I did a video on this. Like, literally just like the menus, like, all of, like, basically every pause menu was just broken. Just straight up broken, where, like, you could see past the edges of the pause menu. Like, it didn't, like, the texture for the pause menu didn't cover the entire screen, because they didn't account for widescreen. Or just everything on there was stretched. Like, instead of actually, like, properly converting the assets to work in 16:9, they just stretched them. Which is really jarring when it happens with 3D models. Yeah, I haven't played Chibi Robo yet. I need to play Chibi Robo. Maybe when I have hands, I'll play Chibi Robo. Honestly, at this point, I'm just waiting for Retro Achievements to get GameCube support, and that's when I'll play Chibi Robo. Like, when am I ever gonna play Chibi Robo otherwise? I'd have to go so far out of my way. But yeah, in particular for me, I don't like all the remasters and remakes that we get nowadays, because as far as I'm concerned, they're just more games to play, and it's really not that fun to be like, oh, I can after I play Final Fantasy VI, then I'll have to play Final Fantasy 1 again. And then I'll have to play Final Fantasy 2 again, and then I'll have to play Final Fantasy 3 again, and then I get to play Final Fantasy 7, and then I have to play Final Fantasy 4 again, and then I have to play Final Fantasy 1 again, and then Final Fantasy 2 again, and then Final Fantasy 1 again, and then Final Fantasy 3 again. Like, Jesus, slow down. Like, just... Can you not just port the game? Can you not just port the game? And then when they port the game, when the few times when they do just port the game, they go like, it's Super Mario 3D World Super Duper Edition. The whole game runs at double speed. You couldn't have just ported Super Mario 3D World. You had to make it run at double speed. And there's not even an option in the options menu. You just can't play Super Mario 3D World in the Super Mario 3D World port. You have to play Double Speed Edition. What? Yep, that's a thing in Super Mario 3D World. When they ported it to Switch, they actually just made all the characters move like... It's not like literally twice as fast. It's something like 1.5 times the speed. They move so much faster. It's basically a different game. Yeah, but that's good. No, it's different. You can't just make all the characters move faster, and then it's just the same game but better. Like, that completely changes, like, the basics of gameplay. Isn't that a frame rate thing, though? No, it's genuinely the speed of the characters, I'm pretty sure. Like an intentional, like, characters moving faster thing. I don't know, I like it. It's not about, like, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it is a different game. So you can't play Super Mario 3D World on Switch and say that you've played Super Mario 3D World. You've just played Super Mario 3D World on Switch. There are now 2 games, both of them Super Mario 3D World. And if you play one, you have not played the other. They're different games. And the thing is, it's such like a small change that it's like, it's not fun to play both. So it puts the player in a position where they're basically just forced to choose one or the other, and they just can't have both. But the thing I really hate is that the Switch version has essentially replaced the original game. And that's the thing that... there's a lot I don't like. I'm just going on so many tangents. That's one thing that I especially hate, though, about the remasters and remakes, is when they're made as replacements for the original, while changing things so fundamentally. $17 XP. Is Mario 3 on GBA the same as NES? I would say close enough. No, Mario 3 on GBA is a remastered port of the SNES remake. And also features some very fundamental differences. Like, there's a whole, like... There's, like, a whole extra, like, collect-a-thon side quest to Mario 3 on GBA. Not to mention, like, just look at the games side by side, and you'll notice that one is, okay, so one, the aspect ratio is different. That's a gigantic change to begin with. And then also, literally the graphics are different. They're literally just different games visually. Even just looking at screenshots, you cannot get the same experience. But then you get into stuff like It's like friggin' just the worst of the worst. The World Ends With You Final Remix. Who here didn't see this coming to World Ends With You Final Remix? They removed half the gameplay! They removed half of the gameplay. Not half of the content, half of the gameplay. They removed the game's identity. You can't just do that. You can't just replace the game with less of the game. There's ads? Yay. But they can. I can't, but I have. That's not backtalk, young man. This is backtalk. It's himself is something. Ooh, strength, agility. We gonna get vitality? Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Level 17 is a perfect victory. Technavit. This is all my feet's fault. My feet, famously a part of me that isn't me, that I can blame for things that are not my fault. Back, what? What we doing? Why are you playing with feet? Is there an exclamation mark foot command? I feel like there shouldn't be. I feel like that'd get me banned. No, but I could add one if you wanted. I'm torn. The famous character from the Jack franchise. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I'm sorry you had to find out this way that Torn from the Jack franchise is a trans woman. And even worse, a gamer. Are you going to upload more videos on YouTube related to the foot thing? But also, yeah, Spring Day brings up a good question. What do you think I'm working on? BK? No, I'm not working on Burger King, sorry. Just make exclamation mark foot say, hand broke, play game with foot. That's close enough, but I feel like if it just says hand broke, people will be like, oh, how did your hand break? Like thinking that I broke my hand. Because colloquially, if like, a part of your body breaks, then people assume, oh, bones. The bones go crack. Which, nothing related to me is bones, as far as I'm aware. Hands tired. Play game with foot. I mean, my hands aren't tired. That's like inaccurate in the opposite direction. Wait, are you not a car girl? You don't have tire hands? That is the lamest joke I have ever seen in chat. You win so many awards. That is amazing. Congratulations. Game of Champions, you're using the same Dansu Revolution pad you used for the Britney Spears game, right? No. Unfortunately, I realized after the fact when I tried to play actual Dance Dance Revolution that the way I was setting that pad up, I was actually getting terrible input lag. Also, that would not be an option for this because those pads are like super duper big. They would not fit under my desk. And especially not with like my rolly chair. I would destroy that pad and just irreparably damage it if I rolled my rolly chair over it. What did happen to your hand? I do not know. That's a very common question, and I don't know. My hands just started hurting. The doctors didn't care to find out why. Oh, good morning, Grog again. You didn't know that class upgrading wasn't allowed yet? Because you've been here like a couple streams ago. But yeah, that's basically it. We've made a lot of progress, though, since you were last here, I assume. Mostly just leveling up, but still. Larsheen killed them is the best answer we have. Yep, pretty much. I believe that the way that I was playing Recom is sort of it was sort of the instigating incident that agitated, like, my arms. Just looking some stuff about, like, my symptoms, that's the thing that would make the most sense. Because, like, I believe it was called radial tunnel syndrome, is what I believe that I sort of developed. And radial tunnel syndrome can, like, you can get a radial, or you can get a repetitive strain injury by, like, doing repetitive pinching motions, which would be like a radial tunnel sort of RSI thing. And guess what I had to do constantly with both hands in the Recom run? I had to use single card slates, which the only way to do a single card slate is to press L1 and R1 simultaneously. Which means try and press L1 and R1 simultaneously a million times in a row. You're just making a pinching motion, aren't you? Did you tell that to the doctor? I told that to multiple doctors. None of them seemed to care. Whenever I told any of my doctors anything about, like, how I sort of thought what might have been happening with me, their eyes just sort of glazed over, and they rolled them and they went, "Oh, here we go. Lil Miss Patient wants to speculate on why she can't use her hands." Your doctors sound like a bunch of bitches. I wouldn't go that far. But my physical therapist, God, he is very much a light in the darkness, because he definitely genuinely cares and has been actively working with me. And he also was polite enough to ask me about anime, which I think is the #1 sign that he's got to be a good person. So you're still using the foot controller right now? Yep, arcade fight stick. Arcade fight stick with my feet. Game Champ also got prescribed Silly Putty. My physical therapist prescribed me Silly Putty. He is such a good person. He just walks into the room with Silly Putty and just hands it to me and is like, play with this Silly Putty right now. It's urgent. Actually, he didn't even do that. He just did it like it was just like a normal thing I would have expected would be happening during my physical therapy appointment. Like, he just walks into the room and is just like, here's Silly Putty. So what I'd like you to do is here's a couple exercises to do with the Silly Putty. I'm just like, whoa, you just dropped the greatest plot twist of all time as if it was nothing. Should have named the dead party members Lond, Rond, and Free Time. Ta. We could not fit Free Time. Tamu is like the closest we could get, but we couldn't do Taimu. And then L hands, that'd be kind of difficult to do in Japanese, to just go El Hondo. We could do Hondo, but to get the L and the R in there, we'd have to do like La Hondo. Ra Hondo. Which I guess would be close enough, but it's clearly not the same thing. It's like labeling LR. Migi te, hidari te. Migi te. Hidari te. We could fit that. That's right. Duh. I was so obsessed with fitting in Hondo, but that I forgot we could just do te. That's a single character. Yeah, that'd work. Ra I to te. Re fu to te. We could also do that. What are their current names? I won't tell you because I'm still ashamed. You're just gonna have to leave the stream right now, go learn Japanese, and come back here and then laugh at me. Laugh at what a fool I am. I like Brad. Who's Brad? Dagnabbit, don't make me bring out this song again. B is for the bodaciousness that I don't remember the lyrics. R is for radical something R, a billion words that start with R that are complementary. A is for audaciousness? I think A might be for audaciousness. And D is for sure deliciousness, because I'm a delectable guy. Or wait, he's a delectable guy. It's not, the narrator isn't the delectable guy. The narrator isn't Brad. I don't think the narrator is Brad. Is the singer in that song Brad? I don't think they are. I think they're just talking about Brad. It's not jump, it's the jump. To be very clear. If I were to write jump, it would be written differently. It's the jump. Using a character which isn't even, like, used in Japanese. It's just sort of there by virtue of how the alphabet works. There's just a couple, like, letters that are never used. I'm learning Japanese actually in school? Ooh, congratulations. I forgot who Brad is. He's a character in Captain Smiley. He's basically the main antagonist, quote-unquote, but, like, only just sort of by default. He's not really much of an antagonist. The game doesn't really have an antagonist. The game is just a sequence of stupid jokes parodying comic books. Jesus is an anime? Anime Janai. Do y'all ever think about how in Final Fantasy VII, the mayor of Midgar is called Domino, and then Yu-Gi-Oh, the mayor of Domino is called Midgar? I'm gonna order Domino's now. Yeah, I want Domino's. I want one of their sandwiches. It was always a treat when I was able to get a sandwich when I was working at Domino's, because those were ordered a lot less frequently. And when they were ordered, usually people picked them up, so I didn't get to just, you know, go, oh, somebody didn't pick up their order. Yoink. Which, for the record, I never, like, just did that as a matter of fact. I'd always ask the manager first. But it is worth noting we weren't allowed to do that officially. It was one of those things where the rules only existed on paper. which I've come to learn apparently is a thing at most workplaces. Like, the rules are there, and everybody's supposed to pretend that they always follow them. But you're also sort of, like, not supposed to follow them. Like, the workplace is designed for nobody to follow the rules, while simultaneously pretending that all the rules are always enforced, and you'd totally get fired if you were to break any of the rules. But yeah, so basically when somebody ordered something and just didn't come to pick up their order, like, technically, all that food that didn't get picked up goes straight into the trash can. And the trash can, in reality, was my stomach. It definitely took me a while to get used to that. You say that is how neurotypically designed society works. Yeah, I definitely have some form of neurodivergency in me, sleeping deep inside. Because I have had issues in the past struggling to understand, like, those just blatant contradictions. And, like, wait, we're supposed to break the rules and not say we're breaking the rules? We're just supposed to not acknowledge any of this? We're just supposed to pretend that we don't recognize it? Oh crap, this is 4 of them. I'm gonna level up if I win this. Crap. Whoops. Well, let's hope that I got a perfect level up. Strength? Agility? Oh my god. Ah! We missed vitality! Ah, we almost lucked out there. I like the little choco cakes from Domino's. Oh yeah, lava cakes. Those were always a treat when somebody forgot to collect their order. Yeah, I love the lava cakes. But God, it's a good thing that they were a rare treat for somebody to not pick up their order, and not that I got a lava cake every day, because that would destroy me. Others hate them. I don't know why. I don't know why either. I mean, I can understand not wanting to eat them because, wow, that's genuinely poisonous. That is genuinely a thing that if you just keep eating it, it will kill you. But, like, I mean, it's also sugary deliciousness. Isn't that everything, though? In America, at least. I've heard that there are some places in the world where it's actually possible to buy bread that does not have sugar-flavored sugar in it. What's the flavor, then? That's the thing! They just make bread! They just make bread-flavored bread! I mean, you can die from too much water, too. Come on, don't pretend to not understand the difference between, like, super duper ultra loaded sugary sugar and, like, a sandwich. You can understand why one is more poisony than the other, right? I'd better not get into a match with 4 of the Minotaurs. Everything is poison. The required dose is just different. Yeah. And they sell it at the dose where it's basically gonna kill you. That's the point. Oh, that's right. Is it a thing where your encounters are determined by the tile you were on and not the tile you moved on to? Because I swear I moved down into the tiles where I wouldn't be in the peninsula anymore when I got into that encounter just now. Yeah, I think that's it. Because just now, I was not in the peninsula. I walked into the peninsula, and I am in a non-peninsula battle right now. So yeah, random battles are determined by the tile that you're moving from, not to. This is the thing, when I make new Japanese friends, the first thing I will teach them about Germany is that, no, you don't get sick if you eat bread for breakfast every day. What do you even eat for breakfast in places that have neither bread nor rice as a base diet? I'm not sure I entirely understand what is being got at here. I guess I can just say that Rebecca and I have, like, bagel sandwiches for breakfast, like, that we make at home. With bagel, plant-based deli, avocado, egg, cheese, tomato. Sometimes it varies depending on the kind of bagel. Sometimes we go without the tomato. I don't, but Rebecca does. Rebecca doesn't like the tomato on sweeter flavored bagels. It's like cinnamon raisin or pumpkin spice bagels. She does not get the tomato. Meanwhile, me, just throw it all on there. I friggin' just the best flavor is everything. Not everything bagels. I just mean all. Now I missed your entire answer because of ads. Congratulations. I'm so glad I decided to have the ads playing on there. I love how much money I'm getting by people being annoyed. Like, it's not just that I'm getting all of the cash moolah. It's also that, like, I'm explicitly getting the cash moolah by making people's lives worse. You know, it's kind of like Schadenfreude, but I feel like Schadenfreude involves being happy seeing people get hurt and you had nothing to do with it. But, like, I'm causing this. Why did I get an ad in French? I'm not French. We were just talking about international stuff. Maybe France was involved in some way in that conversation. Oh, come on, it's 4 of them. It's always 4 of them, every single time. But yeah, I have a feeling that in a lot of places, you're actually supposed to have different food for breakfast every morning. I mean, that'd probably be a good idea. Vary your diet. Make sure you're getting all of the food groups. My pizza is here. Oh, congratulations. I'm so happy for you. I want pizza. I want pizza. We don't have any freezer pizzas on us right now. And pizzas from pizza places, that's just death on a stick. Yes, we eat our pizza on sticks, what of it? Domino's live close to me. I love that you say that Domino's lives close to you. Domino's is an entity that resides nearby. Dare I not be here for this peak gameplay? I'm so sorry, Renard. I'm so sorry that I started the stream without you. I even looked and I saw in the chat and I was like, Renard isn't here. Should I really stab Renard in the back like this? And I made that very conscious decision. Like a true unfriend. What enemy combination are you looking for? Just Minotaur zombies. Any number of just Minotaur zombies. They can spawn between 1 and 4. But I swear they always spawn with 4 of them. Minotaur zombies also, if you can't tell the difference, are these ones right here. And I got 4 of them. And I want to get a group of 3 or less. Because if I get 4 of them, then I'm guaranteed to level up, and I'm trying to min-max my level ups. But if I actually meet 4 of them, I may as well try. You're playing Spiritless with Domino's. Ooh. Tell Domino's I said I'm sorry I haven't shown in to work the last few years. Can't wait till we reach the point where the Minotaur zombies are running away from me. God, just you just walk across. just this cute little white mage just walking along the street, and a minotaur is, then she comes across a minotaur zombie, and the minotaur zombie is just like, oh my god, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. Oh my god, we'd actually gotten really lucky the last time. This is actually, I think this might be a 1 in 64. Oh no, because the last time we got strength and agility, but not vitality, I'm pretty sure. Intentionally min-maxing levels? Yep. It is indeed a 1 in 64. Only intelligence and luck are guaranteed. Oh joy. Why is that the case? Because it's better to have high stats than low stats? I'm starting to consider just giving up and grinding, Look, another group of 4! It's always a friggin' group of 4! I swear you can meet groups of 1 through 3! I swear that's a thing! I swear it's happened before! As a kid, I thought the first Final Fantasy was racist because of white and black mage. You should see Yu-Gi-Oh! and Kid Icarus. I actually do feel kind of self-conscious about the conglomeration of facts, which I swear is not a consciously made thing. Where 1, I prefer to refer to Dark Pit as Black Pit, because that's his original Japanese name. And also, I like the skin where he has darker colored skin. I swear I'm not trying to do a thing there. Nintendo did this to me. Of course, in Yu-Gi-Oh, it really is just Black Mage. It's just Black Mage, Black Magician. It's just that same thing where when they localized it, they were just like, you can't say the word black in America. Nah, Game of Champa-san. What's the name of that character who appears at the end of Metoroido Puraimu? The name of that character who appears at the end of Metoroido Puraimu is named Metoroido Puraimu. There you go. Now, if you're referring to anybody else, then that's a gigantic spoiler, and you should not be saying that, Spring Day. Be really careful about those gigantic spoilers. But it's definitely not a spoiler that Metroid Prime is in Metroid Prime. Wasn't Metroid Prime made in America? Yes, yes it was! So the official canon names are the English names. Unless there's like some big development conspiracy that you can look up and it's like, actually, the devs originally wanted Metroid Prime to be named Daisetsu no Prime no Meto Dabaru. And then they changed it for the English release in America because Nintendo of America thought that it was just too hardcore and cool a name. Metoroid Daiichi! Fun fact, my high school was within walking distance of Retro Studios' former building. It is... So what you're saying is it might be your fault. Anything in those games could have been the like, friggin' a butterfly effect where you just dropped a banana peel on the ground and then a Retro Studios employee was walking to work and just happened to slip on your banana peel. And they just slipped and went, oh no, I'm dropping all of my important Metroid Prime documents. And then they just fell into the paper shredder. And then they went, oh my god, oh no. That was Metroid Prime 4. That was the paper that had the entire source code of Metroid Prime 4 on it. Now we've got to start all over from scratch. Don't worry, Game of Champisan. They relocated long before I went to that school. Oh no! We have to do Metroid Prime 4 from scratch! And it's all because I decided to take a leisurely stroll with all these important documents to our former building because I really love the location of our former building. I felt it would be a good nostalgic trip for me, but oh, what a travesty of errors have I befallen! Well, I got strength and agility again. Did not get vitality though. So I'm getting kind of like, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try and kill one of the groups that has a troll in it. Because then at least I'll be able to kill a number that's less than... I'm not gonna get enough XP to get me over. I'll still be getting a decent amount in a decent amount of time. Also, I do want to point out, Spring Day, I do want to point out that your first, like, no wait, Game Champ, it's not my fault. It's not my fault at all. Your first response was, no, they relocated. Your first response was not, I would never just throw a banana peel on the ground. That's curious, Spring Day. How many banana peels have you thrown on the ground, Spring Day? By the way, we did finally get the RNG. We got a Minotaur zombie. Just one. It's a very sturdy one. I thought it was implied that I did not bring banana peels to school. You didn't bring banana peels to school, but what about whole bananas? Pecking Random has got the detective mind. If anyone would bring banana peels, it would be Retro Studios, so they can use them as visual reference when developing Donkey Kongu. That's right, I remember when Retro Studios invented Donkey Kongu. One of the funnest facts I've ever learned is, like, it always seemed like the specifics of, like, what does Nintendo own with regards to Donkey Kong, and what does Rare own with regards to Donkey Kong, because, like, Rare developed those games and stuff, and like all the stuff with, like, Banjo showing up in Diddy Kong Racing and Conker in Diddy Kong Racing and all that stuff. It's like, who owns what? And then finding out that we know as much as Nintendo and Rare do. It's very much a they're just sort of winging it kind of thing. And that's why you get stuff like Diddy Kong Racing maps showing up in Jet Force Gemini on the Xbox. Just because they're like, it's probably legally ours. Probably. We probably own Tip Top. Probably. If no one goes to court about it, anything is allowed. Yeah, it really is that. Genuinely. You got it, Sam. It is genuinely the case that they're just going by, well, Nintendo probably won't sue us for including Tip Top. Nintendo probably won't assume that they own Tip Top. If I made a game featuring Melody Amaranth from Super Lesbian Animal RPG and Bobby Schroeder doesn't take me to court over it, I did not violate the law. I mean, genuinely, yeah. That is, to my understanding of how copyright law works, that's how it works. Until a complaint is made, no crime has been committed. Copyright violations can only happen retroactively. I'm really tempted to go back to the peninsula, but after the RNG we were getting, maybe I'm better off just killing some grim grinning ghosts. Oh, that's right. I should save after each battle. I want to play Grab by the Ghoulies. Dang now, this happens like once a month. Like once a month, every month, I just think, oh wait, Grab by the Ghoulies. I want to replay Grab by the Ghoulies. I love Grab by the Ghoulies a lot. And I'm really sad that nobody likes Grab by the Ghoulies. I think Grab by the Ghoulies is a really great 3D beat 'em up. I feel like it's like the 3D beat 'em up that I have played that is the closest to being a 2D beat 'em up, but in 3D. As like an actual 3D game. And I'm so sad that everybody's like, Grab by the Ghoulies? More like the first Rare game that was on the Xbox that wasn't as good as their Nintendo games. And like, that's it. That's Grab by the Ghoulies' legacy. Nobody even friggin' plays it. They just think, not as good as Banjo. I also miss playing Conquer Live and Reloaded online. That's another pet peeve of mine. Everybody's just like, oh, Conquer Live and Reloaded. When Rare remade Conquer for the Xbox. It was a baffling thing they did where they added some new multiplayer modes. It's just like a little footnote. It's a little footnote on every review of Live and Reloaded. Oh, look at this incredible remake of Conker's Bad Fur Day. With a little bit of multiplayer. That was the whole thing. You can't just like not even look and do any research at all. That was the thing. Conquer Live and Reloaded is a multiplayer game that had a remake in it as a bonus. That's why it says Live and Reloaded. It's called Live and Reloaded, not Reloaded and Live. It was originally just gonna be a straight port. They even mention that. They even mention that in the game. They make a gag about it. During development, it was literally going to be cool new multiplayer Conquer game, and also there's a port of the original Conquer as a bonus. And then they just happened, because they're rare and they're weird, they just sort of like went, oh, I guess we remade Conquer, didn't we? There's a custom Xbox Live server thing you can use to play the old multiplayer. I am aware, but like, does anybody actually play Conquer? And do they play on any map other than there's this one map that's like a beach one. It's the World War II era, and it's like a beach level. I forget the name of it, but that was always the most popular map online, and I just hated it. I hated it a lot. I really loved Castle von Teddestein. Castle von Teddestein was my favorite map, and it seemed to be like the least popular map. Like I could never get it. I like. After, like, the launch period of the game, it became a lot harder to get into Castle von Teddestein games. Worst case scenario, you can find a Discord server to find people who want to play with you. Are they really going to want to play with me long enough for me to 100% the multiplayer? Because you've got to play the game a while. There's a lot of achievements. And yeah, the game had achievements, by the way. Conquer Live and Reloaded had achievements in it. It was ahead of its time. Obviously not like system-wide achievements, but it did have like just the very, like the basic things that you would see in multiplayer games after then, where it was like, whereas like get X number of kills with this class, that stuff. And I believe, if I remember correctly, they were actually cool, or they gave you like minor buffs to the character, like permanent buffs to the character or something, like a percentage damage increase. Which I liked that. Everybody's all like, oh, but balance. A player who just booted up the game should be equally matched with a player who's been playing it 100 hours. And like, screw you, no, I want rewards. I want to be rewarded for playing the game. You could ask us to play with you. Oh no, this was established earlier in the stream. I'm so sorry, I hate every single one of you. If they're in a Discord server about the game, then yeah, probably. Well, I guess, you know, the one thing I'm worried about, though, is they're probably good at the game. And, like, you know, I don't want to just be playing the game with people who are good at it. I need to snipe noobs. I need absolute, totally new to the game noobs just wandering around going, "Hi everybody, I'm new to the game. Can anybody explain to me how do you use the invis camo on how do you use the invis camo on the ninja?" And I'll just be like, "Oh yeah, I can show you. Here, look at my sniper laser sight on the wall. You see that? So I want you to put your head right there on that laser sight." Ask to play with other noobs then. The problem is, it kinda only works once. You can only murder a noob once, maybe twice, until they start to catch on. That's how it's always worked, Game of Champion. Yeah, but like when the game was new and thousands of people were playing it, there were just infinite noobs. There was just a revolving door of noobs, and I just sit there in my sniper spot just going, "Hey, I can help you with the game. Just everybody get in a single file line and line your eye. Just look directly into this bright red light. It's a vision test." No, Game of Champion, the amount of noobs is always finite. I mean, technically, but functionally, no. You're not going to be playing with every single noob. Eventually, you'll have gotten all the achievements, and there will still be plenty of noobs around. As long as you play the game at launch. Also, I just got an ad, so wait like 90 seconds to respond to this. I don't care. I'm too much of a rebel to read the second half of your sentence. Anybody else notice some messages appearing twice in chat? That is not happening for me. If you're good enough at the video game, then everyone is a noob. I ain't that good at Conquer Live and Reloaded. You know, looking back at Conquer Live and Reloaded, that game had it had really great feel to, like, the way that, like, the bullets and everything looked. Very few games have that, I think. Like, it had very stylish, like, guns and bullets and stuff. Like, I think largely because, you know, it was such a, it was such, like a cartoony like, art style. Though at the same time, one thing that I do not like about Live and Reloaded is they absolutely, they toned down the cuteness on the squirrels. Because in N64, like, the squirrels in Conquer are, like, super astronomically adorable. But in Live and Reloaded, they made them look more, like, gruff. And they look less like just, like, cartoony, cute, adorable squirrels. And they look more like they were made for an adult game, where with blood and guts and stuff. And I never liked that. Because, like, the whole point is that they're incredibly adorable squirrels in these absolutely terrifying scenarios where with blood and guts everywhere, and they're just getting absolutely slaughtered. So you're basically toning down the comedy. There's bots? Then that's all Game of Champions needs then. The bots are effectively infinite noobs. It's not fun if I'm not hurting a real person. I need them to cry and realize that there are people out there in the world who just want to cause them pain. Use your imagination. The thing is, the bots don't rage quit. The bots just go, okay, I died. I guess I'll do the same thing again. The bots don't scream over the microphone that I'm cheating. One of the absolute best parts about playing an online game, I think it happens less nowadays, but back in the day, is, like, not having a mic plugged in and just playing the game totally normally and having people yell at you about how absolutely terrible of a person you are, about how you have no life, about how you really should just turn the game off, you absolute loser. When I'm just playing the game, I'm not I'm not like teabagging or anything. I'm just playing the game. Is there a game with bots who do rage quit? There's gotta be, right? There's gotta be. There's gotta be at least one game where they did that as a funny gag. Now, of course, for it to count, it does have to be a genuine multiplayer mode with genuine gameplay, with bots who genuinely function as bots in a multiplayer mode, and then those bots rage quit. It can't just be. It does not count if it's just like there's a moment in the story mode where ostensibly you're playing against bots in a multiplayer mode as sort of like a gag of the game's plot. Oh, whoops. Okay, 296. That's really close. I guess I'll look for ogres who do spawn over here. If I knew how, I would program them to just rage quit after a minimum of 5 deaths. Well, 5 deaths from one source, and of course, also, you have to factor in, like, 5 deaths from one source, and also, they have not killed that one source yet. Oh, whoops! I'm not supposed to do that. That doesn't do anything. How's the White Mage run doing? We're level 17 and hitting the threshold for 18. Which I believe is a 1 in 64 dice roll, so get comfy. Did I start recording? Yes, I did start recording. Good. Not that it matters too much, because, like, well, I guess it would be important to get the footage of me buying spells at the beginning. But other than that, we haven't really done much that needs the footage. I could make do in the video without any of this footage other than buying the spells. How tough am I at this point? I don't know. Still not very, I assume. I've definitely got, like max HP now is 294, which is a decent amount. So that I'm surviving a lot more often. Just, like, going from point A to point B. Oh, and wolves are running away from me now. I am now at the point where I'm just walking around the forest, and wolves just look at me and go, nope! They corner me in a group of 7, and one of the wolves is like, you people seriously? You people serious about this? Look, I am not as stupid as you guys. I'm out of here. Sort of like in that one game, I don't know which, if you've played it. I don't know either. I might have played it, but I'm not sure. No, I'm pretty sure I'd level up if I actually fought them all. Yeah, 101. 101? Oh no! I need to play the entire Dalmatians franchise. The entire 101 Dalmatians series of video games. Unfortunately, that means I would have to watch all of the 101 Dalmatians TV shows. Or 102, or 103, how many ever Dalmatians they get. Is there a prequel that's called 100 Dalmatians? At this point, there's gotta be, right? There's gotta have been a prequel that's just called 100 Dalmatians. There's a prequel called Cruella. Are there 100 Dalmatians in it? This is just... I mean, I wouldn't put it past Hollywood that there'd just be like a scene where Cruella is like, oh, look at this. According to this newspaper, there's a shipment of 100 Dalmatians. I'm not interested in this. I might be interested if there was one more. I found out a fun fact about, like, the most recent Dalmatians TV series. Apparently, it was actually a thing where the people who made it just deliberately did not do any research on the Dalmatians franchise or something. I think they watched the original movie and then did not look at any of the extended Dalmatians universe deliberately on purpose. On the one hand, that seems kind of cool, but on the other hand, come on. You mean you're just going out of your way not to reward the dedicated fans of the Dalmatians franchise? Wait, who's spoiling what? Somebody's saying spoilers? And then I read the original message, which is, I'm not exactly sure why they did a Wicked for her. Miss, I only want a fur coat made out of puppies. But... Isn't that... The only spoiler I can see there is that Cruella de Vil wanted a fur coat made out of puppies. Which, I mean, I feel like that's not... Is that a spoiler? They spoil a line? Is that an actual line in the original movie? I wouldn't even that doesn't seem like a spoiler. Ren's just doing a bit? Now I'm really confused. It's like the entire premise of the movie is that Cruella de Vil, shocker, is a kind of cruel individual. Like, she's basically the main character, and her motivation is kills puppies. She's a mean one, Cruella de Vil. She's really a sinister person. You know, I think 101 Dalmatians is like the one fun fact I heard about Walt Disney where I was like, wow, what an asshole. Where I was just thoroughly convinced onto the side that, yeah, Walt Disney was kind of an asshole. Apparently, like, he just personally doesn't like the way 101 Dalmatians looks, like the animation style, which means he has no taste. Because that's, like, one of the best-looking Disney movies. It's one of the very few Disney movies that might genuinely be considered art. But, like, he just, like, had a lifelong grudge after that for, like, the lead animator of the movie. Just, like, really passive-aggressively being like, God, I hate that Dalmatians shit. I hate that Dalmatian shit that That's what kind of idiot would even want to make a movie look like that? Yeah, all the stuff about, like, how he genuinely hated his employees, that's nothing. That's nothing. But the part where he thought 101 Dalmatians doesn't look nice, that's where it crosses the line. It's really sad, too, because, like, at the same time, he couldn't have been that bad. Like, he was a Satanist. He was genuinely trying to bring the Antichrist into being. So, like, it's sort of a give and take. He had some really good philosophy there. I don't know, Christ seems like... No, the Antichrist. Why is it that all the iconic books, films, characters were all made by terrible people? Well, to be fair, Disney didn't make most of the good Disney stuff. His employees did. And then he just, like, planted his name on it and was like, look at all this cool stuff I made! So he did obviously, of course, make some of it. It's just he didn't make anywhere near as much as what he took credit for. By the way, this is our lives now. I'd say to get comfy, but it wouldn't be in the spirit of the run if anybody here was comfortable. This has got to be a very, very poor posture event. So, on the one hand, this is the final 1 in 64, actually. So apparently we only have to do 2 1 in 64 rolls? 4 rolls? Unless I got really lucky with one a while back. Because somebody was mentioning that the last... I think the last 1 in 64 is level 18, which is what we're doing right now. And then, like, the next one is a 1 in 4, and then everyone after that is 1 in 16. If I'm remembering correctly. Just waste away with the good music in the background, and then accidentally you get lucky. You're making a lot of assumptions there on that last part. Strength? Nope. I like the little shuffle the mage does. Wait a sec, wait a sec, wait a sec, wait a sec. Were you here, Renard, for when we did the... Come on, come on, come on. Me. Ah-cha-cha-cha. Stream is dying on my end? Oh god! Oh no! We didn't even reach level 18! Agility and vitality. We got a 1 in 16 there. That one was a 0 in 64. Jesus! Jesus! Screw it, at this point, I'm just getting into a different battle. Genuinely faster. It's always so funny when they run away. I'm glad for, like, enemies running away, it only factors in, like... Oh. I'm back, but I'm just gonna take this opportunity to get some more water and some more bathroom. Also, yeah, the idea behind getting better stats is because better stats makes the game easier. It is not any more complex than that. I spilled the milk. I'm crying. I'm crying so bad. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to anybody. Okay, be right back. back to back, and spin it on its back to back, and a turtle kicks back to back, and spin it and turn, back to back. Yeah, Cherry, you got culture. I need to play Sonic Advance. I need to play Sonic Game Gear 2 so I can play Sonic Advance. I've been going through all of, like, the Sonic side games. But I, haven't gotten very far, obviously. But I did do Sonic... I did Sonic, like, Master System, and then I did Sonic Game Gear. I've done both of them. Which there were actually some significant differences. The big one, of course, was just the screen space. Game Gear is a lot harder. I remember there being, like, there's actually a few other differences. Like, they're generally considered the same game. Like, people just colloquially think of them as the same game. But there are, like, actually significant differences in, like, the level design that people don't talk about. Which, of course, if you just sort of played the games casually, even one after another, you might not notice. But to like, 100% the game, I had to, like, learn them really well. Because there's, like, for true completion, there is, like, an ultimate score bonus you get for, like, beating the entire game with the maximum number of lives. And also all Chaos Emeralds. Which there are a finite number of lives in that game. Like, there's an extra life in every level. Just an extra life in every level. Like, extra lives are themselves essentially a unique collectible. But yeah, so for true completion, you have to beat the entire game without dying and getting all extra lives. And there's actually, like, a super duper ultimate score bonus that the game acknowledges that you did it. And all Chaos Emeralds, which it is worth noting, you have to get all Chaos Emeralds in the first place, because if I remember correctly, I forget if it's, like, continues or also extra lives, but there's, like, extra lives in the bonus stages. But yeah, that's actually the only 100-point achievement I've gotten is on Retro Achievements, is for getting the ultimate score bonus at the end of Sonic. I think it's the Master System set is the one that has the achievement. Which I think is really silly, because that's a 100-point achievement for dev-intended completion. I also think that 100 is too much. It used to be a 50-pointer. And I think 50 points is much more fitting for it. I think that shouldn't be a 100-pointer, but like, it was originally a 50-pointer, and then they revisioned it. They score revisioned it to be 100. Or did I say it was a 100? It was a 50-pointer, and then they revisioned it to be 100. That's, yeah. Which I disagree with that, but I'm just one in the sea of people who think things, and either way, like, it is hard. You do have to, like, learn the game in and out to do this. But at the same time, like, I would not expect it to be a 100-pointer. Like, you can learn the game well enough, and then it's not really that hard anymore. When I think of a 100-pointer, I think of a thing where even after you learn the game, it's still very difficult. Like Mr. Perfect is a great example. Even after you've completely learned Rockman, doing it damageless is still very difficult. How close am I to leveling up? We're guaranteed to level up the next battle, no matter who we fight. I guess as long as we kill enemies. This is sort of an asterisk on that. Because now they do run away. So we're grinding for good RNG. This is the last 1 in 64 dice roll on a level up for the run. And considering we got really lucky with the last 1 in 64, and like this is the only level up that's standing in our way of us like potentially like getting all perfect stat ups for the entire run, I'm thinking I've gotta go for this 1 in 64 now. Like, there's no giving up here. I have to get this 1 in 64. 1 in 64 for which stats? The 3 stats which matter, which are strength, agility, and vitality. Me when the fallacy is sunk/cost. I wouldn't say this is sunk cost. Because sunk cost is more, we've put so much time into it. And if I were to stop now, then all that time would have been wasted. And the fallacy part comes in that, like, you're not like getting that time back somehow. It doesn't suddenly become not wasted by investing more. But here, I'm saying I'm really close to succeeding. And at this point, since I'm so close to succeeding, I want to succeed. So it's not that the investment before somehow is like weighing me down to make this decision. It's the like achievement that I would get by persevering from here. It's looking forward more than looking backward. Yeah, exactly. It's the carrot is in arm's reach. So I'm not saying, look at all the carrots I passed up. I can't waste all the effort I spent not grabbing all those carrots. It's just that the carrot is right in front of me, and now I want to get the carrot. Right, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I know you got what I was saying like 5 minutes ago, but I just was really into this metaphor. Is there a difference between the blue and orange clowns? There's goblins and goblin guards. Goblin guards are upgraded goblins. This right here is a goblin guard. And I wouldn't call them blue, I'd call them purple, but I mean, to each their own. call them Grimps because in the English version their name is written out as Grimp? No, it isn't. It's written out as Goblin. Isn't it? Am I dumb? Is it not Goblin? Or did they translate it as just Imp? Because I know they made some weird localization decisions. In some visions, it's Imp and Greater Imp. Okay. In English NES version, the goblins are called Imps. Okay, I'm really stupid then. I think I've just gotten used to calling them goblins so much that even when I was playing the English version, I just saw Imp and my brain just went Goblin. There's also Grwolf. Grolf. That reminds me, I was thinking of Nixon going Aru, and I haven't seen the most recent episode of Futurama yet. Basically because all of the time when Mecca's at work, I've just been spending playing Final Fantasy. I almost said I've been spending playing Futurama, which is the opposite. I want to play the Futurama game. We got a set for the Futurama game on Retro Achievements. I was excited for that. I was excited that eventually we'd get that, and now we got it, and I can't play it. I am reminded of that Meg, ahem, Family Guy strem, where you pronounce the weapons like homingta, costing. I don't even remember what we're talking about. I'm not sure what you're talking about specifically. Oh wait, I think I know what you're getting at because they were abbreviated in the menus, so I just say the abbreviations. Yeah, I learned that from like I don't know. I found out there's actually a Simpsons joke about that. I was watching a video recently, and in it, they show a clip from The Simpsons. It's the one where Homer gets a computer, and he's just like, any key? Where's the any key? All I see is esk, and caturl, and pugup. Friggin' Simpsons did it for my entire life of just intentionally mispronouncing things. Or rather, intentionally pronouncing things as written. But I don't care if Homer did it first. I like pronouncing things as written, dagnabbit. There we go, baby! That's a 1 in 64, baby! That's the final 1 in 64, baby! So yeah, all level ups from now on will take less than 5 hours. Hooray. Dagnabbit! Dagnabbit, what was his name again? Was that Sieve? Was that Sieve Gaming? Hooray. I'm gonna go stock up on sleeping bags again. We did take 5 hours on a 1 in 16 a few streams ago, but I at this point, I'm really thinking the reason it took so long is because, like, the RNG resets at the beginning of battle, and I was just holding down the A button. So I was basically, like, getting the same roll every time. I'm really suspecting that that is why that was happening. Steve, yes, hooray. It's actually surprisingly simple. Shiny but deadly coins. I remember the surprisingly simple part, not as well as hooray. I never actually vibed much with. Don't tell Steve I said this. Don't tell Steve's precious little heart that I said this. I've never been really that big on the deadly coins gag runner there. Hooray? Yeah, gimme hooray all day. Surprisingly simple? I barely remember it, but yeah, give me surprisingly simple all day. But the deadly coins, I'm not buying it. I'm not really convinced here that the coins are actually all that deadly. So what do we unlock now that we are level 18? A driver's license. The ability to slowly give ourselves lung cancer. Intimate times. Yeah, I think driver's license, you can get driver's license before 18. Pretty sure. But then, like, a couple years before you get driver's license, you can also get, a driver's permit, which is sort of a nerfed version. Now, we're not technically adults yet. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the most important thing. We can now legally be tried as adults in a court of law for the crimes we commit. That's actually more of like we're sort of opening ourselves up to a really big nerf. Ultimately worth it in the grand scheme of things, but you do gotta keep that in mind. And also, there are actually a lot of exploits that the game will use against you where you can be tried as an adult in court before level 18. So at the end of the day, that's actually not that big of a deal, and it's totally worth it. Why did you sail your ship over to me if you were just gonna run? Friggin' pirates! It was just one pirate too. It was just one guy on a ship who just came over to me and just like tried stabbing me. They stabbed me like right in the chest. And then I just like look down at them, and then they look up at me and they're just like, You're not dead, are you? And they just let go of the knife, and it's just still in my chest, and I'm just glaring at them as they slowly back away and climb off the ship down into the water and just swim backwards. Hey, at least we got a free knife. I can't even equip knives! I'm a light mage! Aww, I wanted to audio. Screw it, I'm pushing my luck. Yeah! I'm a true gamer. Ooh. Right out of the gate. A Dio. You know what? On the one hand, there's Dio, but then there's a Dio. Just one of them. Nah, not worth it yet. Oh, I should double check what my luck stat is, how close I am to guarantee. Got my boat just sitting in the dock, so I just like step onto it and just step over. I like to imagine that the boat is actually like docked at one side of the dock and then like all the way across the water is the other side of the dock. And we just like ride it along. Rude? Oh, whoops. That was genuinely an accident. I tapped the touch screen. I'm just gonna run. Goa blimey, this bout of fisticuffs be a boundin' Humford Fuffle. That's my impression of Mario from the Super Mario Bros. Super Show. Oh, hey! There's a thing! There's a thing about Mario Discourse that I'm surprised is not getting mentioned. So I found out, I saw Arlo's video where he was like speculating that Charles Martinet had been replaced a while back. And in that video, he actually mentioned this really important thing that I cannot believe is not being mentioned in the discussion, which is, in the Japanese Nintendo Direct with the Japanese trailer for Super Mario Bros. Wonder, they played a different voice clip. There was a different voice clip there. And it sounded almost like Mario, but it was clearly a different voice. I would have interpreted it as just being like an announcer, because it was clearly not Charles Martinet. But it was obviously a different voice, and it's making me think, wait, does Mario have a Japanese voice actor now? Because going back, it did actually seem like Nintendo played ads to keep their secret. Tag nabbit. Do 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 ba do 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 bam 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 boom boom. Are the ads done yet? Tell me when the ads are done. Technav, I can't tell you to tell me when the ads are done because because you won't hear it unless the ads were done. Huh. That's strange. Really? That's strange. Technabbit. No, I have to do the full thing. Is something wrong, dear? No. Really? That's strange. Wait, what? Oh, I'm out of spells. Okay, are the ads done? Are the ads done? Can I explain? Ads are done. Okay, so in Arlo's video of Super Mario Bros. Wonder, where he was originally speculating that Charles Martinet might be being replaced, so people have made a big deal about like, oh, Mario's voice sounds different in the English trailer, so it's possibly not Charles Martinet. But something that needs to be mentioned far more, and I think is a far bigger deal, is in the Japanese trailer, there was a different voice clip with what seemed to be a different voice actor. And I think I might have detected a Japanese accent from that different voice actor in the Japanese trailer, which I wouldn't have clocked that it was a Mario impersonation, but only knowing now that Charles Martinet is being replaced? I'm now thinking, wait, was that a Japanese actor playing Mario? I am suspecting now, based on the fact that was a thing. Originally, I would have just assumed that was like a narrator who was saying that. Who was like a narrator says stuff when you grab an item in Super Mario Bros. Wonder. But why would that be a thing for like different language versions? That seems weird, knowing Charles Martinet is being replaced. I think that Nintendo is going to have different voice actors for Mario. He's not going to be the same voice actor in every language version anymore. He's actually going to have a Japanese voice actor. Which, that is big. That's big. Friggin' Charles Martinet getting replaced? Friggin' who cares? Charles Martinet gets replaced every Tuesday. Did you not play Shadow of Destiny for the PlayStation Portable? He gets replaced all the time. Nintendo putting extra effort into localization? Technically, it's not them putting extra effort into localization. It's them putting extra effort into regularization. Because these are Japanese games, remember. Originally, it was them not putting effort into the original release. In WarioWare Gold, he got replaced in every not English version? Wait, really? Charles Martinet was already getting replaced in WarioWare Gold? And everybody's surprised? They replaced him in the PSP version? Yes, in the PSP version of Shadow of Destiny, Charles Martinet does not play Homunculus anymore. The entire voice cast in Shadow of Destiny was replaced, including Charles Martinet, because he was one of the original voice cast. They just redid all of the dialogue. Which I want to say is an absolutely flabbergasting decision, because you are aware that you had Charles Martinet in the original voice recordings, right? This isn't even a case of like, oh, they did a different English localization for the PSP version. They re-recorded just the English dub, and then the original Japanese dub obviously is just going to stay the same. Nope. Actually, Shadow of Destiny just always had an English dub, even in Japan. So, who knows? What even is Shadow of Destiny? It is a point-and-click time-traveling murder mystery game where, like, you solve your own murder. And also, it's very, very... It's very cheesy and campy. And it has Charles Martinet in it, playing a gay bisexual demon vampire trans. I watched someone else play that game recently. I played it as a kid. But I never finished it, and I've always wanted to go back and finish it. It is my white whale. I actually played it on GameTap. I had never heard of it until it came to GameTap. Shadow of Destiny was on GameTap, and so, like, I had GameTap, and I was just like, what is this? I'll boot whatever this is up. They might have actually had, like, ads on GameTap for it. Like, when they added new games to GameTap, they'd have, like, these little commercials that play, like, when a game is loading or something. With just, like, showing off other games that were recently added. But yeah, that's how I first played Shadow of Destiny. I didn't get very far. I got, like, a couple bad endings. I never actually, like, beat the game, because it's one of those games where, like, there's a bunch of bad endings and you're supposed to keep replaying it trying to get, like, the actual true ending. Though you kind of have to replay it a lot and get a bunch of bad endings to actually see the full story. It's like one of those things. It's very visual novel-esque in how it's structured, though, like, fundamentally a point-and-click adventure. It's also worth I want to say, you might hear point-and-click adventure and think it's like a 2D one. It is actually a 3D point-and-click adventure where you walk around in a 3D world. Like, you actually move your character around. Like, in 3D. It also looks terrible. It's not a very good-looking game. But it's a game that is, like, it's one of those things where if you, like, it's worth playing. It's worth playing. It's not gonna win any Game of the Century awards for best designed video game ever, ever, ever. But it's a game that, how could you not enjoy this? How could you not enjoy Charles Martinet, gay, bisexual, demon, vampire, trans? It's interesting for the same reason the Nonari games are. They're BS insane and worth a laugh for that. I mean, I genuinely like 999. I genuinely like 999 like on an actual genuine level where the game says, "Hey, here's a thing." And then I actually genuinely go, "Oh, that's a thing." It's not a case where the game goes, "Hey, here's a thing." And then I go, that is a thing. Oh, I have absolute love for them, but I can't help but make fun of them, especially with ZTD. It is worth noting I have only played the first game yet. There was actually a whole incident a few years back. There was somebody in the chat of these live streams who they deliberately spoiled. They deliberately spoiled Virtue's Last Reward. Just because as I don't even remember why. I think they got mad at me because I timed them out because they were being really disruptive or something. They were not being a good chatter. And then they just just direct messaged me. Oh, by the way, giant spoiler for Virtue's Last Reward. And I've been sad about that ever since. I will assume the spoiler has passed. I have no idea what that means. Yeah, everybody does clock spoiler as its assumed gender. Or as its preferred gender. I mean, I still remember the spoiler. I don't even know what the context for the spoiler is. But I know the spoiler, it's gonna be stuck in my head until I do eventually play the game, and I will probably figure out what it means long before I reach the point in the game where I'm supposed to find out. Because they were deliberately trying to tell me the biggest spoiler they could think of. Though at the same time, there's been things where I've gotten sort of mad where people would try to say the biggest spoiler they could think of for a thing, deliberately on purpose, and they give an inconsequential surface level spoiler, like character dies, but a lot of the times it'll be something where I mean, okay, most people are gonna go into the movie thinking that it's a decent possibility that character is going to die. Meanwhile, in that same movie, that character the character dies because another character goes, like just in this incredible plot twist goes, I've always wanted you to know that I hate you. And then they like friggin' just stab them directly in the heart. And like, it's just this giant, oh my god! Jack just killed Jill! Jack just killed Jill! But then, like, the spoiler is they just say, Jill dies. And that's just that's the spoiler that they can think of. But they don't even think to mention that Jack killed Jill. That's the part where that's the spoiler part. Like, friggin' Jill dies? You don't say. You don't say that Jill dies. It literally shows Jill with blood streaming from her open, gaping heart on the poster for the movie. And it has a little speech bubble above her saying, I am Jill and I am dying. Like, I feel like most people were not gonna be too surprised by that. But I think part of it is the kind of person who, like, is that petty probably doesn't pay too much attention to the media they consume, right? That's gotta be a thing, right? So they probably only cared about the surface level, right? I have a better analogy. They give frosting, but without the cake. Yeah, that's basically what they're doing. They just think, what's the worst way that I could mess up this person's day? Aha! I'll take the frosting off of the cake. And that's the worst thing that they could think to do. There is no other scenario in which, like, someone's day could be made worse other than having a cake without frosting. For the record, all that stuff I just said was actually a genuine, like, spoilery spoiler that was, like, a pretty big thing in pop culture when it happened in recent-ish years. And that people were actually going around screaming, out of context, like, the half of the spoiler that doesn't matter. And it's even the same thing, that it was like, yes, a character dies, but the person who kills them and the context in which it happens are far more important. And you would spoil the movie far more if you said that. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's... I wouldn't be surprised if you did get it. Yeah, it was Jack and Jill, the Adam Sandler movie. Holy shit, would that be a plot twist? Oh my god! Oh my god! I want to see this alternate universe Jack and Jill Adam Sandler.
Two siblings climb up a hill. Only one comes down. This summer.
Sorry to ask again, but do you use any social media besides Twitter? I guess technically YouTube. I guess technically Twitch. Is Discord social media? I have wanted to move on to a, well, it's not, I guess we've been referring it to as Twitter, but remember, it's not Twitter, it's Ooks. I have been wanting to move on to an Ooks alternative, but the problem is, I looked into Mastodon. Mastodon feels way too complicated for me. Like, like, it seems like you've got to be a bit more of a techie to use Mastodon. So like that, I still have not put in the effort to learn how to use Mastodon. And then like the other one I've heard of is Blue Sky, which they still haven't like sent me the hey, you can join Blue Sky now email. So that's Blue Sky is basically just lost media. And people are saying go to Tumblr. Has Tumblr like resurged? The thing about Tumblr though, it feels like Tumblr is a bit. Tumblr seems less to the point than Twitter, you know? Tumblr is a bit more long form than Twitter, right? You can't just send out your thoughts into the ether on Tumblr. You've got to write an essay. Very much can. I do it all the time. I guess I could try going to Tumblr, but the thing is, I don't really like... I mean, I don't like go to Twitter because I'm putting active effort into getting my socialities done as like an end goal. I go to Twitter because I'm lazy and bored. And also, like, I guess the more important thing is building social media empire because it's technically my job, sort of. Did they reverse the thing so that you can post boobs on Tumblr again? Because I was sad when they removed boobs. It sort of left a bad taste in my mouth. Kind of. I'm getting kind ofs. They're kinda back. They added a mature tag, but it's only used to flag trans people's completely safe for work selfies. Wonderful. Still better than X. Oh no, no! Don't run away, don't run away, don't run away! Oh, thank God. That was a foot misclick. Does Game Champ refuse to dead name Ux? No, I just think it's even more of an insult to Ux to pronounce its name as Ux than it is to dead name it. I'm trying to hurt Ux as much as possible. Okay, we are now at the point where we will level up if we kill 2 of those guys. So probably I'll start grinding down at the Grim Grinning Ghosts again. Oh, I just want forums to come back in a big way. Yeah, forums are a nice, more organized way to have conversations. Like, actually genuinely having conversations, as opposed to just screaming into the void. And then occasionally someone will scream back to you. And a lot of the time, they won't even read what you said. Which, that does happen in forums, of course. But I feel like it's less encouraged in forums. You should make your own webpage. You say that as if it's like just a free action. As if like I just like sneeze and then there's a webpage there. And this is the point where you go, oh, but GamerChamp, have you not heard about Squarespace? And I find out you're a plant. You're a Squarespace plant. Reminds me when like when I'm like, geez, making videos sure takes a lot of time and effort, and then someone just goes, hire an editor. Oh, I should just hire an employee. Of course, such a simple action that I could just do and it's done. Wait, oh my god, what am I doing? Why am I running away? This is where I'm supposed to be grinding. I was trying to go to the peninsula. One thing that feels weird too, that I get asked a lot of the time too, is like people, like it's such a weird question, but I guess it makes sense in the grand scheme of like when people see other YouTubers, people will like ask me, hey, so like how much of your runs do you do yourself? Do you do all of them or just some of them? I'm just me. I'm just me, and I do videos about video game things that I do. Like, they just expect that there's just, like a boardroom of secret gamers, like just hiding just off screen. What am I doing? Oh my god, I'm not supposed to audio! I don't think you're allowed to hire an employee in a solo run. Yeah, honestly, like, genuinely, yeah, like a big... Like, even just playing games casually, I take it really seriously. To, like, I have to be the one who plays the game. I can't just hand the controller to a friend and be like, you do this part for me. Like, that makes it feel like my entire playthrough is no longer my own. I'd have to start the game over from scratch. And when it comes to challenge run, that's like 10 times more important. The only challenge run you did not alone, to my knowledge, was when you played Breath of the Wild co-op, 2-player, 1 controller. That's not... I don't consider that a challenge run to begin with. That's just a dumb thing that my wife and I were doing for fun. That's not like a challenge run. That's just a fun. That's a fun. Also, anybody who thinks there are 3,000 people in the channel has not been paying attention to the lore. I just have 3,000 thumbs. No, I don't have 3,000 thumbs. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I am a conglomeration of 3,000 thumbs. And every single one of them has chronic hand pain. Wait, if you have 3,000 thumbs, then why did you have to press the touchscreen with your nose in the Super Mario 3D World run? Because my 3,000 thumbs were busy? Was there ever a point, Game-a-Chan, when you contemplated changing your name? Yes. And then I did it, and that's why my middle name is Michelle now. You do realize I was talking about your channel name, right? I vaguely thought it might be a thing, but, like, I mean, no? No? GameChamp's been my username since the Nickelodeon forums. It's true GameChamp lore, look it up. And the extra GameChamp lore, who was it? Who was it that granted me the name GameChamp? Do 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 dee do dee do. Mom Champ? No, it was my mom. But yeah, I was trying to figure out a username for the Nickelodeon forums. And I was like, I don't know what username. I can't make decision. And then my mom was like, well, you like video games. And you're really good at them. Game Champion. But Game Champion was taken, so he went with Game Champ. Was she right? Oh, no, she was definitely mistaken. I sucked at video games, and in fact, I got even worse at them over time. Also, I shouldn't have used that sleeping bag. I should have just went back to town. I'm low on blinks. I see, so you have no reservations about your name then. My name is Game Champ. My name is more Game Champ than it is Anthony. It's even more Game Champ than it is Michelle. Who the heck is Anthony? I think like Cleopatra's boyfriend or something? I got roughly the same origin. My mom helped me and my brother pick a name for our Minecraft account. God damn! Is Minecraft account the modern equivalent of Nickelodeon forums? God damn! Stop making me old! Also, I'm not sure if you know that I meant that you're fine with keeping your online name the same and not changing it. Oh, of course. Yeah, no, I didn't interpret you as like, no, don't worry, Twilight. I was not thinking that like Twilight, you were like twiddling your thumbs in the corner of your super villain lair going. And now the seeds are planted, and Gamer Champ will be questioning whether or not she is in fact a gamer. Champ. All my usernames derive from my Nintendo Network ID. Once again, just making me feel old. I remember the days when Nintendo didn't even have usernames. It took them like 3 console generations. Heck, 4 or 5 if you count the handhelds. Why am I resetting when I was on the title screen? I don't know, Doc. Sometimes I feel like I'm a non-gamer in a gamer's body. Non-gamers are not real. They can't hurt you. I got mine from a mobile game Captain Sparkles made. The OG person was called Mighty Waffle, and I made mine Unmighty Waffle. Once again, making me feel old. Mobile games. Imagine getting your username from a mobile game, as if that existed at the time you were coming up with a username. Back in my day, Friggin' cell phones were something that only rich people were able to get. And those rich people were able to play such hit titles as Ratchet and Clank Going Mobile. To be fair, this was like when I was in 6th or 7th grade. Yes! When I was in 6th or 7th grade, this was still well before the era of the cellular phone. That's technically not true, but it was like the era when getting a cellular phone was like... very, very rich people would do that. And we were friggin' poor. We took a few years to get a cell phone, even at the point where cheap cell phones were becoming a thing. Wait, remember, it wasn't a phone, it was an iPad! That was an iPad! Yeah, that was a couple decades down the line. Brian, I'm old enough that I remember when they had smartphones before the iPhone. Before the iPhone came out and everybody was just like, you know what? Let's just pretend the old smartphones weren't there. Let's just say that this was the first one. That flabbergasted me so friggin' much when everybody's just talking about like the iPhone as if just like it's just this cool new invention that's never been done before. So I forget. It's just such a huge pet peeve when like, if we're talking about the biggest advancements of scientific discovery, I think the iPhone was the breaking point. You don't think the smartphone was the breaking point? Because that happened a little bit earlier. No audio? No. Dio. No, Dio! You'll get that joke eventually, Moss Nelson. Let me just say, you accidentally made a super banger. Is this a Krusty Krab? No! This is Dio! God, I can't wait till Part 7 anime comes out so I can, like, publicly speak about Part 7 JoJo stuff. Because right now, like, basically 0 people know anything about Part 7 JoJo. And, like, Part 7 JoJo is JoJo. I don't want to spoil Part 7 JoJo for anybody. Part 6 anime didn't interest me, but Part 7 seems crazy and I can't wait. Wait, did you read? Did you read Part 6? Or are you just saying, like, you didn't feel like watching the anime part, but you read it? Or are you just saying, Part 6? No. And just threw it in the trash and just went, Part 6? Friggin' worst trash. I read half of part 6. Oh no! Now I'm sad. I love part 6. It's not my favorite, but I can absolutely see why it'd be people's favorite. And of course, it is the only JoJo with girl power. So it's got a major plus there. It also has true non-binary rep, which, like, friggin' hells yeah. And possibly trans rep with Anasui, but that's like in a in-between realm, where on the one hand it's like fan theory, but on the other hand it's like explicitly shown in the text. But it's within the text of JoJo, and JoJo text is like, it changes its mind on a whim every 10 seconds. So it's hard to say if that's like, if like Anasui is trans or just like Araki changed his mind. Oh, whoops. Hey, there we go! I accidentally leveled up, and it was a successful one. I just sort of forgot that I was within range of leveling up there. Didn't they retcon Anasui's gender at the start of part 6? Well, no. It's a very weird thing. So in the very first scene in which Anasui appears extremely feminine. Like designed as a woman. Not as a feminine man, but like presenting female. Like he just looks like a girl. And it's actually a thing in that scene where Jolene goes, "Who's that girl?" And then Emporio's like, "Oh, that's Anasui. He's a dude." It's like established right then and there when he first appears that he looks like a girl. But then the very next time he appears, he looks like very much more masculine. Like he looks more male presenting. He still looks pretty feminine in general. His design is pretty feminine in general. But like he doesn't have boobs anymore. So like it seems like something was going on there, but it's never addressed again. But it makes sense if you think of it that he's gender fluid or something. Like he genuinely just changed his body, because that is an ability that is established that he has through his stand. So this very much could have been intentionally in the narrative that, like, Araki just planted that, oh yeah, Anasui, like, changes up his body on a whim. It could also be it would also make sense that it was just never addressed, but that's more like a functional thing where he disguises himself as a woman so that he can move freely through the women's prison. Which would make sense because he was, like, in the women's prison. Like that's where we first see him. Though he was in a, like, hidden area in the women's prison, so, like, he didn't have to be in disguise at that moment, technically. It's very much a situation where, like, there's just no knowing. And you have to keep in mind that it's friggin' JoJo. Araki genuinely has just changed his mind on things and just changed canon on a whim because he felt like it. He does it every other page! But anyway, other than that, who cares about Anasui? Anasui is a friggin' 12-year-old. Foo Fighters is where it's at. Foo Fighters is true non-binary rep. With an actual, like arc that is, like, super duper non-binary. Like, all over the place. I like Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters is my favorite. Efu Efu. How much of a headache does that make JoJo to watch or read, though? It enhances the experience. Like I've said, JoJo is a genre all its own. JoJo is like... It's like a shonen anime written by a man who does not accept any of the conventions of either the shonen genre or, in fact, real life. Or, like, just... He doesn't accept any of the rules of writing at all. All standard writing conventions. Just throw them out the window. Chekhov's gun? Every single chapter introduces a new Chekhov's gun. And you might be asking, which of these Chekhov's guns is going to fire? Turns out none of them. The Chekhov's gun that fires is a gun that is not introduced until a panel after the gun has fired. What's Chekhov's gun? It's sort of a general, like, writing idea. There was some guy named Chekhov who was like, yes, I am a very knowledgeable writer person by the name of Chekhov. If you put a gun in chapter 1, then that gun absolutely must go off in chapter 4. It's basically the idea that if you include something in the narrative that, like, seems like it could be important later, it has to be important later. So, like, if you mention, like Bobby Johnson is carrying a gun in chapter 1, that gun better go off, or it's gonna feel like something's missing. Because why would you give Bobby Johnson a gun if he's not gonna use it? What about red herrings? Yeah, I mean, of course, like, this isn't like a... This should never be, like, thought of as a, as, like, an explicit you must rule. And I think JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is a really great example of writing that ignores the rules. I think it's a trap that a lot of writing falls in, that it follows the rules too much. Friggin' hero's journey and all that crap. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is just a rejection of writing convention. Although I will say, I do feel like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure starts to employ traditional writing conventions more and more as it goes on. Which is sad. But at the same time, it never completely adopts writing conventions. So it's still a great flavor of fiction. What if the gun is introduced in chapter 2? Yeah, it's got to go off at some point. That's just more like a specific example. It's just the idea that if you add something that seems important, it has to be important. Sadly, the writing has been getting better. Well, that's the thing, Rubber. It's not a thing of better. It's these rules are like they're constrictions. They're what do you call? They're like handicaps. They're handicaps that writers can use to get a story that feels better really easily without having to try, like a Rocky, the absolute god, who he friggin' tries. What if the gun's introduced in chapter 2 and it goes off in chapter 1? Then you've got JoJo. Don't you mean crutches? Yeah, basically. In JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, a gun is introduced in chapter 1, and then in chapter 2, the character with the gun pulls out a crossbow. And it's just accepted that this character always had that crossbow. Like, what did you think this guy would not be using his crossbow right now? And if you question it for even a moment, the work is just gonna be like, you are such an idiot if you did not expect that I would be using my flame breath right now. Because because I want to be clear, there's no crossbow anymore. There's no crossbow. Why would you have expected a crossbow? He's been using his flame breath. The exact example is something like, if you go out of your way describing a gun on the wall at a certain point in the story while writing, that gun should be used in some way or form afterwards. Yeah, exactly. Let's just turn this into a 10-hour Chekhov's gun, just trying to craft the perfect definition for Chekhov's gun stream. But there is a lore reason why he can't use his flame breath. But that reason was ignored until the crossbow was introduced. Yeah, we are lucky sometimes when the character will go, I can't use my gun. My finger hurts. My trigger finger. I'm suffering from a bout of tennis elbow. And that's why he uses the crossbow. Yeah, I actually watched a bit of a series on YouTube, which I have partially been passive aggressively riffing on. Which I respect this person so much. I want to be clear, and I love their videos. But they have like a series like debunking Araki Forgot, where a lot of them are very much valid. Like he basically tries to debunk a lot of things where people say like this thing in JoJo, like Araki forgot about this thing. And he's going, no, Araki didn't forget, and like he explains, like he debunks those claims. But a very large number of them, he's very clearly just trying to retroactively justify it after the fact. Like, of course he couldn't use Stretchy Finger. Stretchy Finger just never came up again. There was never a situation in which Stretchy Finger. But, like, he's really just trying to justify Stretchy Finger. He's really going far out of his way to justify Stretchy Finger was thing, and then was never a thing, and nobody ever mentioned Stretchy Finger ever again. Which I think is the core heart of the Araki forgot Stretchy Finger part. It's less of like, it's such a major plot hole that we never see Star Platinum using Stretchy Finger ever again. And more of he just had a stretchy finger, and then just never a stretchy finger. It's such a specific thing to happen and then never happen again. But I mean, also, I do want to point out, that is like the fun of JoJo in the first place. that is a big part of it. That's why I love JoJo. You can't just understand Chekhov's gun and know what's going to happen. Stretchy Finger is here, Stretchy Finger's gone. Never Stretchy Finger again. What was Stretchy Finger? You'll never know. If you jump in after the chapter where Stretchy Finger happens the last time, then you can just read JoJo's Bizarre Adventure from that point and never know that Star Platinum can Stretchy Finger. The fact that the rules are so all over the place that they can excuse things in the story that are most likely oversight is so funny. Yeah, exactly. It like the thing is, like, it sort of works. Yeah, that like, oh, it just never came up again. that JoJo just never coincidentally needed to use Stretchy Finger again. But at the same time, like, I mean, Araki is writing the rules, right? He made up Stretchy Finger. Remember when Star Platinum, one of his superpowers was that he could breathe? Do stands breathe? Is that a thing they can do? I guess it is now. Is that a thing they can do later? Who knows? It never came up again. They can also magic school bus, a thing which all stands are capable of doing at all points in time throughout the entire franchise. And coincidentally only happened the one time. Gay champ? Oh, heart emojis. From the way you are describing JoJo, it really does sound like kids playing with toys and making up their own rules. Oh yeah, I think it was in Dogs Must Die. Chip and Ironicus have a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure podcast, and early on, like they mention in there that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure feels like an anime where it's just everybody's just kids on a playground going, I use my laser eyes, and then the other kid's like, oh, you can't use laser eyes because I use my ice breath that freezes your laser eyes. My controller broke. We managed to go 5 hours, 40 minutes before my controller broke. Oh. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. I gotta be careful not to actually close the game. I have to power off the Wii U. Please, pretty please be careful not to say any like actual spoilers in the chat. Because some abilities are very spoilers. Yeah, the big ones to avoid are the main antagonist abilities. Those are the ones where it's friggin' like basically every JoJo part, starting from when stands are introduced, like the central mystery for like a big chunk of the part is, what is bad guy's stand? Not even just like for the reader, it's actually like an in-universe thing. Bad guy, there's this bad guy. What does bad guy stand? Oh crap, I forgot to actually like close the program first. It might work fine. Okay, good. It did connect fine. What's this thing? Oh, that was the Me channel. Remember when Jack used his stand Peru Albuwata on Jill and betrayed her? Oh my god. That doesn't even happen until chapter 70. I'm gonna be right back. Or as it's known in the dub, Weto Pokitu. Wait, why would they pronounce it like that? Why would they pronounce it like that in the dub? I am going to make myself some chicken noodle soup, and you cannot stop me. I have chicken noodle soup. Dagnabbit, my Wii U gamepad is in the way. I can't believe Nintendo did this. If I could have one, like, an ability from a JoJo, what would it be? I'd have to consider that, because there's a lot of stands out there with a lot of stand abilities. Well, if I had Diver Down... Are there any other stands that could accomplish the diver down thing, but like also have extra abilities? Maybe Heaven's Door? I can't even remember what Heaven's Door is. Oh, Heaven's Door is Rohan's. The thing is, Rohan seems a bit... I feel like the rules on how Rohan can write stuff in might be a little bit wiffly-waffly. Like, could Rohan genuinely just write in, my name is Game Champ, and my head is shaped like an elephant, and then my head would be shaped like an elephant? Like, could writing in actually reshape reality that way? Oh, I guess you could argue that in particular could actually work, because then it would be your body restructuring itself like that, which it's already been established in JoJo. Keep in mind, it is a thing that is established in JoJo that, well, I can't say it because it's actually kind of a big spoiler. I can't say it. It's a thing that's established in JoJo, more broadly, that the human body is capable of restructuring itself basically literally any way. It's just a matter of getting it to happen. What about Cinderella? Huh. I guess Cinderella is sort of... Cinderella's a sort of weird, complicated one, because a lot of it was tied in with, like, when your face gets swapped out, like, you could actually genuinely, like, there was, like, a supernatural attraction. Like, Koichi was supernaturally attracted to What's-Her-Face when her face got swapped out. But, of course, it wasn't, like, technically supernatural. It was more of, like, a friggin' the fate and gravity stuff. Which is just a law of the universe. At one point, Rohan used Heaven's Door to give Josuke the command, fly backwards at 70 miles per hour. Well, see, that's the thing. That was the one that I was actually thinking of, where, wait, so can he just make reality be different by writing stuff into someone? But then I think about it, that could go in with, well, all he did was, like basically, that person's body was able to exert that force on itself to make that happen. Because it was written into their body. But you couldn't... I don't think Rohan could write in, I am going to win the lottery. I am going to win the lottery the next time I buy a lottery ticket. I feel like he wouldn't be able to write that into someone. Because that person's body would not in any way have the information of what the winning lottery ticket is. Crazy Diamond could trans your gender, but it'll hurt. Worth. But Crazy Diamond won't work on the user, so I can't, like, go, yeah, I want Crazy Diamond to trans my gender. Unless it was plot convenient. Yeah, I can't 100% say that Rohan wouldn't be able to do that. Because I think it was in Debunking Araki Forgot, I think, where it was like the question of like a thing that seems to be a plot hole is, if Rohan can really do that, then why doesn't he just write into someone, I know the true identity of Kira? And then they could know who Kira is. Like they could just find him immediately. But basically the logic he said in that video was basically what I said, where like Rohan doesn't have that information. And so he can't just magic that information into existence by like writing a vague like declaration of knowing it like that. They changed Mikitaka's stand name, but no, Mikitaka's an alien. He doesn't have a stand, he's an alien. Also, his stand ability is Earth, Wind, and Fire. If gender dysphoria counts as a medical condition, could Pearl Jam work? I don't remember Pearl Jam. Unless you mean, like... Wait, who is Pearl Jam? Pearl Jam is magic food. Ooh! Ooh! Could Pearl Jam trans your gender? I'm gonna say yes. I am gonna say yes. I think that is genuinely a thing that Pearl Jam could do. I think that that Italian man could in fact trans your gender. If you go into that Italian restaurant and you are trans, and you have a meal there, then your body will instantly shift into whatever way you would prefer. In the best world, Pearl Jam will trans your gender. In the worst case scenario, it just makes you not gender dysphoria anymore. Okay, I got. Do you mean not gender dysphoria as in like you would still get gender euphoria, but just none of the bad gender dysphoria, or is Pearl Jam like is Pearl Jam the bad thing? Oh, there was an alien in JoJo that one time. Nope, not that one time. He was a recurring character. Pearl Jam is confusing. Couldn't he just give you a new limb if you lose one? My interpretation is that Pearl Jam would not be able to just make you grow a new limb. My interpretation is Pearl Jam will make your body the best that it can be. It's your body being built into its ideal self. Whereas if you don't have an arm, the ideal version of not arm is not arm, because there's just not arm. Are you hungry?
So much.
Good morning. I'm back. Wonder how it would even work with gender dysphoria. Your brains start leaking out of your ears. And you just go, oh my god, what's going on? And then Tonio just comes in and goes, no, no, no. It's good, it's good. And you just go like, oh, all the parts where I didn't think I was a girl are gone. Now I'm just a girl. To be clear, this is a trans girl talking. So all the parts that makes them be all, but I'm not girl enough. It's all those parts that are going exploding. But if it can't grow an arm, what about a penis? Yeah, because it's just converting the parts that are already there. It's just the same way that like you do a surgery, right? You just turn it inside out. That's already a thing. That's solved by actual real-world science. Well, there's also skin grafts and stuff involved. Yeah, you know, it just moves his skin around. You think Pearl Jam can't just move some skin around? Just stopping by, what does the Peninsula Walking do? I'm glad that's your question. We're at the Peninsula of Power, which is the fan nickname for an area where, you see that island up above? Like, that's like one of the later continents in the game that we can't get to yet. But in these four squares are legally part of the monster spawn tile set of that continent up there. So even though we're very, very early in the game, we're able to, by walking in this specific set of squares, fight enemies from way, 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 way later in the game. Ads right when she was explaining. Wonderful. Beautiful. I give up. I'm not explaining it. I'll have to check how much ad revenue I'm actually getting, see if it's worth it. But let's be real. I am so desperate for cash, it's probably worth it. I can't wait till I can play video games with my hands again. Just so that I can, like, do my friggin' job. It's so fun knowing that the exact moment that I am no longer disabled, that is the point at which I unlock the ability to climb out of the terrible debt that I have found myself in. Such great rewards. Yeah, you got it, Zero Name. That's it. Thank you. There's gonna be some real losers who are gonna be super mad at me in the video when I keep calling it Dio. A JoJo's Bizarre Adventure reference in a Final Fantasy video? What a cringe. Wait, is this just EXP grinding? Welcome to the Stram Perilous Sunlight. Yep, faster leveling than the devs intended for this part of the game. Well, I mean, maybe if we had 4 party members. Ah, crap. $37,000. I'm sure I could buy something somewhere. I wonder, maybe at level 20 I'll go ahead and go to do the cave stuff. Maybe I'll go do Elfland stuff. Maybe I'll be at the point where, you know what? Why not? Does this game have... What utility spells does this game have? Teleport out of dungeon? That wasn't added till the remakes. Or wait. Was that like a black magic exclusive spell and I'm actually wrong? Was there like a black magic exclusive spell that teleports out of dungeon? Or is that still also only in the remakes? I forget. The spell Warp is black magic exclusive and teleports you 1 floor back. Okay. Okay. So there is one, but it's not like an absolute teleport out. I think they added one which is just a straight up teleport all the way out spell later on. I think escaping would be closer to healing magic than offensive magic. It is used in battle, is the thing. Wait, there's exit, which is white magic exclusive and teleports you out of dungeons. Oh, okay. Let me guess. Only the white wizard can learn it, and not the white mage. Yep. Yep, it's level 6 and is I think it's the only level 6 white magic spell which the white mage can't learn. Okay, so it was not remake exclusives. I'm a dumb. It's just not in this run. Is Dia in the original game? I hope so. So if you warp from floor 3 back to floor 2 and warp again, do you go back to floor 3? I think that might be how it works, yeah. I think it brings you back to like the most recent like entrance to another floor that you've gone through. No, that's not how it works. Oh, okay. Okay, so it was described incorrectly earlier then. So if you go through like a really mazy dungeon where it goes like down to 2, then up to 1, then down to 2, then down to 3, then up to 2, then up to 1, then down to 2, then down to 3, then like it's not going to care about any of that, and it's just going to go, you're on floor 3, now you're at the entrance to floor 2. Like that. Well, no, it'll care about that. So that sounds like that is how it works, then. But it won't warp you to a floor you warped out of. What? Wait, you're saying it will care about that, but it won't. I'm confused. You've basically just told me, to how I am understanding this, that it will do a thing that it won't do. So if there's a dungeon and you start at floor 1, you go down to 2, go down to 3, go up to 2, go down to 3. What happens if I use the spell twice? Do I go to 2, then to 3? Or do I go to 2, then to 1? To 2, then 3. So it sounds like it does care about it, and it will warp you to a floor you warped out of. Because if I was at 3, then I warped to 2, then I warped to 3, then that means it warped me to a floor that I warped out of, because I warped out of 3 originally. I thought you meant, like, take the stairs from 3 to 2. Well, I mean, yeah. That's what I meant. But there's multiple stairs between 3 and 2, is the thing. Because they're like mazes. And you gotta go up and down and up and down and up and down. Is the thing that you're getting at is that if you go up a stairs and then go down the same set of stairs, so like you essentially doubled back, then like it essentially decides, well, if you went up and down the same set of stairs twice in a row, then we'll just forget about that for the sake of the warp spell. Is that what is being gotten at? I don't really know. Oh god. Oh god, we got ourselves a mystery. I'm saying that if you take the stairs to get from floor 1 to floor 2, then 2 to 3, then use the warp spell twice, it'll take you to floor 1, not floor 3. What? Why would it ever take you to floor... I think I see what you mean. Okay. You're saying that if you warp somewhere, then that moving between floors is removed from the list. That very specific moving from floors is removed from the warp list. It keeps track of each moving between floors. I had been going at this just assuming that that was a given from the first place, so the thought didn't cross my mind. Why am I missing so much health? Whatever. Oh, I just realized that I can walk on water here. Because you thinking about this as like a real world location, that's way too far to just walk over. Man, I love the style of sprites. I'd love if more games gave options like Dragon Quest XI that allowed you to switch back to sprite style. I mean, Dragon Quest XI, it's less that like you switch the graphical style and more that like it literally just, it's just a second game. They really just remade the entire game. Like, it's not just swapping out like the polygons with like a 2D approximation. And you're just running around the same 3D world, like it's just they made a second game, and that second game is the same game. They just made like a mobile port of the game and included it with the game. By the way, what level is the white mage right now? 19, I think. Yep, 19. You know what game I want to play?
Far Cry, Instincts, Predator.
That was one of the early Xbox 360 games that I played back in the day, and it's like one of those games where I was just exploring this grand new world of achievements. I didn't even realize that it wasn't actually like a console port of Far Cry 1 and Far Cry 2 or anything. Well, I knew it wasn't Far Cry 2 because Far Cry 2 is a different thing that was also on the 360. But like, you'd think that Far Cry Instincts was like Far Cry 1, but no, it was in fact a remake of Far Cry 1, which wasn't even that old of a game. They just remade it anyway. But still, I want to play Far Cry, Instincts, Predator. And also, it did this weird thing where, like, it's called Far Cry Instincts Predator, where it's like Far Cry : Instincts : Predator. And the reason they call it that is because it's a bundle of 2 games, and one of those games is Far Cry Instincts, and one of those games is its sequel, Far Cry Predator. Like, imagine if Sonic Mega Collection was called Sonic the Hedgehog 2, 3, and Knuckles. Spinball. Rystar. Wow, it friggin' ran away. CD wasn't in Mega Collection. Sorry. God, OG Final Fantasy 1 looks so different from the Pixel Remaster. They're almost 2 different games. God damn! I mean, yes, you got it, Enzo, you got it! Yes! They're different games! You have poked at my pet peeves, Enzo. Sonic Gems Collection was better, to be honest. I mean, I would not say that at all in any way. I mean, Gems Collection was really the collection that has CD and those 2 other games. And also a small collection of the Game Gear games, but not all of them, for some reason. Even though, like, basically all of them were in Sonic Adventure DX. How messed up is it that when they ported Sonic Adventure DX to modern platforms, they removed the Game Gear games? But the problem with that is that the Game Gear games were explicitly the reward for doing the new mission mode. So now, the new mission mode, your reward for doing it is... What a fun mode! Why does Sega hate Master System versions? Because they don't want to include 2 emulators. Which is weird because because the Master System is just Game Gear internally, basically. Or rather, Game Gear is just Master System internally. So that's actually a thing that, like, Master System emulators and Game Gear emulators, like, all of them are just, they emulate each other because they're the same thing. There's even, like, an experimental mode, like, where you can turn on, like, you can just increase the screen resolution of Game Gear games. And it actually genuinely works with a lot of them. Some of them it doesn't work. Some of them it's broken. But with a lot of Game Gear games, you can genuinely just, like, expand the viewing window to be what a Master System could display. And you can actually just see more game. Good morning, Blurple. You get an achievement for it. Somehow I don't think an achievement was the original intended reward. So I know that there are mods to add the Game Gear games in on like Steam for Sonic Adventure DX. Do they actually add them in so that they're rewards in mission mode as they originally were? Or do they just add them into like the menu really lazily? Because like I would love that if they added them back in as rewards to mission mode as originally intended. But like if they're just being added onto like the title screen or whatever, like that's what's even the point at that point? There were third-party add-ons for the Game Gear back when it was released that let you play Master System carts on the Game Gear. I'm not sure if I was aware of that or not, but now it's in my head, and you've implanted it, so I'll never be able to know if I knew that or not. It sounds like a thing that makes sense. Now, it was Master System on Game Gear, not Game Gear on Master System. Yes, Master System on Game Gear. Okay. I want to play Streets of Rage on Game Gear. I've always been curious what that's like. I want to play Streets of Rage. Just in general, I want to play Streets of Rage. I love Streets of Rage. I feel like Streets of Rage doesn't get anywhere near as much attention as Final Fight. But honestly, I think Streets of Rage beats Final Fight. I think between the two, Streets of Rage is the one that gets me more pumped. Also, I'm one of the weirdos. I think I like Streets of Rage 1 more than the sequels. Everybody's always like, yeah, Streets of Rage 2, good game. Streets of Rage 3, good game. And then they go, Streets of Rage 1. Yeah. Meanwhile, here I am sitting here going, Streets of Rage 1, good game. I see more dislike for Streets of Rage 3, actually. Yeah, I guess I didn't really think too much about Streets of Rage 3. I feel like I see more people just not acknowledging Streets of Rage 3. But I don't know. There's just something about Streets of Rage 1 that just makes me like it more than 2. And I don't even know what it is. Maybe I guess it's just that like it feels more overly complicated in Streets of Rage 2, whereas Streets of Rage 1 is like is like a much more straightforward, like, you just beat him up. You just beat him up, and that's what it is. Don't stop beating, don't stop beating, don't stop beating him up. Dagnabbit, you did this to me. Okay, see, when you mod SADX on Steam, you're actually just downloading the original 2004 PC exe file and applying mods to that file. So yes, the Game Gear games are the game as they originally were. Really? Really? So what you're telling me is on Steam, they just have a Pirate the Original PC release mod. That is incredible. That's 15 out of 10. What is your favorite video that you have made? Now you said favorite video, so that makes me think it's only the video that's in here, not it doesn't the challenge run itself doesn't factor in. Is that the case? Or do you mean if I factor in both the challenge run and the video itself? Both. Okay. Ads are coming? Should I just not explain then? Should I wait for ads? But yeah, it's Pokemon. It's Pokemon. There you go. It's Pokemon. Apparently they arrived before everybody heard me saying Pokemon, so only the select few subscribers can hear me right now. Hello, subscribers. If only you could be whole scribers. Good morning. It was Pokemon, by the way. It was Pokemon. That is still, like, my greatest life's achievement, still. And I think every day it only becomes even more of an achievement just by virtue of nobody's even tried. Nobody's even tried to do it again. It's just that hardcore. The only people who even thought of trying went, well, I'll do it, but I'll do it the easy way. Oh, wait, more people didn't have ads anymore, but had ads previously. Well, that's concerning. Maybe you didn't get my thing that I just said. I don't care. I'm going off the rails. I'm a rebel. A rebel without a pulse. I need to replay Stubbs the Zombie again. I actually have Stubbs the Zombie on PC from like I think it was like Humble Bundle or something? Humble Choice or something like that. Point is, I have Stubbs the Zombie and Rebel Without a Pulse on PC now. How did I feel when I got the 1 in 256 glitch? Watch the clip. I included the clip in the video. You'll get the gist. Okay, so this is a 1 in 16. I mean, I think it was already confirmed. Every roll from now on is a 1 in 16. But it's a 1 in 16 going for strength and vitality. You're one who pushed Stubbs up in my backlog? Yay. I'm still sad we never got Stubbs 2. I'm especially sad that Stubbs 2 was confirmed to be a thing that was going to be a thing. But it just never happened. Wow. Wow. It's getting harder to level up from the goblins. Maybe it's a thing that actually the higher level I am, the higher the odds are that they decide to run away. Why didn't you try to beat Champions Road in 3D World Jumpless? I did, I just didn't try very hard. Keep in mind, I never unlocked Champions Road. I never actually unlocked it. It's not really possible to unlock it jumpless. So even if I did it, it would be a more of just for funsies, who cares. It wouldn't be actually part of the run. Because remember, in order to unlock Champions Road, you have to 100% complete everything else in the game. Yeah, we already did my origin story earlier in this stream. I don't feel like it. The Nickelodeon forums. How could you not remember Nickelodeon? The great cool channel on which all your favorite Nicktoons premiered. So with such great Nicktoons as the one about shorts. Paul, and Paul. Double Slime. Sabrina, the teenage know-it-all. Kablooey. I'm like, wait, Bluey is actually a thing now! That was even more clever than I intended! God, I'm really good at failing this dice roll. Yeah, Joshua, Josh, and Eddie. No, wait, Josh... I can do better than that. Joshua, Josh, and Jesus. Joshua, Josh, and Jesus! Yeah. Damn it, I want to think of more. I gotta think of more. Almost as good as God, the devil, and Bob. Is that a reference to an old Nick show? I can't tell. I think the names Joshua and Jesus might actually come from the same ancient Hebrew word. That is actually what I was getting at, yeah. Same deal as Ed, Ed, and Eddie. I shouldn't explain the joke. I guess for it to fit with Ed, Ed, and Eddie, it should actually be Josh, Joshua, and Jesus. Or it might be Josh, Jesus, and Joshua. I don't know. I feel like that sort of works either way. It's just that Jesus is shorter than Joshua. That's Disney! I mean, yes, it's good. It's a good turn of humor to mix in some Disney in there. But you can't just go misremembering the name of a Disney Channel show. You gotta mix it in with, like, maybe instead of the Quiet Family, it's the Quiet Gilligan's. The Quiet Gilligan's. Gilligan's Island was on Nick at Night. It counts. There we go. We leveled up. Ed, Ed, and Eddie was Cartoon Network, but it was mixing with Drake and Josh. That's what was going on there. The high building. Keep in mind, the idea was supposed to be old shows. Newton's Ascension. Oh god, I don't think I know this one. I don't think I know this one. Newton's Ascension? Gravity. God damn! God damn, that's a good one. Bravery, the scared canine. Direction Edge. God damn it. Which one is this one? Direction Edge. I know it's gotta be like a direction. Direction's gotta be in there. Wayside? Oh, wow. But that doesn't work because that's a book. That's a book! I refuse to believe that there is a Wayside School cartoon. I'm angry about this. I loved the Wayside School books. I loved them when I was a child. And then I wasn't a child anymore. And me, as not a child, was thinking, I loved the Wayside School book so much when I was a child. It's such a shame that it never got a cartoon television show on television, because I would have loved that, watching that as a child. And then I go on friggin' www.website.com and people are going, oh yes, I really loved watching the Wayside School television show when I was but a wee lad. And it's just like, what? You're telling me I missed it? Apparently, it started airing on TV, like, the exact moment when TV stopped being a part of my life. The exact moment when I stopped watching TV and I started just going on the internet all day instead of watching TV. That is when they premiered the Wayside School TV show. How messed up is that? How friggin' messed up is that? I'm getting clicks from your mic? That's been happening. I don't know how to stop it. It's just been happening. I'm sorry. Is it only happening when I'm screaming? It's been making me, like I was talking about this before, it makes me think that, do I need to get a new mic? But it couldn't be because it wasn't happening when I was recording on Premiere Pro. Just any talking for me. Damn. Let's try this. Oh no. Hello. I unplugged and replugged my mic in, and then guess what happened? Then guess what OBS decided? Is it still exploding? Is my voice still exploding? I guess so. I did one thing, which I assume shouldn't change anything. I hear Pops tag nav it. Is it happening more than other streams, or has it just been consistently happening the same every stream? Didn't notice them before, but now I do. Whoops, no! Dagnavit, don't you dare run. Crap, I'm guaranteed to run if I'm runawayable. Okay, I think these battles aren't runawayable. Because I'm pretty sure at this point I have enough of a luck stat that I'm guaranteed to run away. Okay, here's an important question. Do you get the pops when I turn my mic off? I'm gonna turn my mic off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's only when I talk. That's just weird. That's just really, really weird. Because that implies it's not OBS and that it is my mic, right? It's not something else. But it's also only when speaking. Okay, I'm gonna try another thing. Let me know if it continues to happen. Could it be you are the one making the popping noises? I don't think so. Do I ever play D&D, and if so, got any fun stories? Nope. I have never really been interested in playing D&D myself. Still hear your pops. Okay. I've been told, like, oh, you would be great at D&D, I have been told by people. But I feel like those people don't realize that I am terrible at social situations. Especially social situations where people are counting on me to do something. So if I am, like, obligated to, like, entertain everybody at this table just improvisationally while playing this, like, structured game that I've also got to focus my attention on, I don't, that seems like way too stressful. Like, Dungeons and Dragons sounds like an incredibly stressful, unfun time to me. It's like choosing to give a presentation in front of the class, and also you're not allowed to do any research. You just have to get up there and say words to the class. But I think the thing is, though, it's less that you yourself are giving the presentation. I think the thing that more gets me is, so you're actually giving a group presentation with multiple people. That's the part that gets me. It's a group presentation. You've got a... Oh, crap. I forgot. I was supposed to be going back to town. Like, it's more that it's a group project, really, is the thing. That's the thing that really gets me. I don't work well with a group. Because then, like, the entire time, like, I don't know, like, is it good for me to speak now? Should I not speak now? And then when it is my time to speak, I'm just going, oh god, what's the correct thing to say while factoring in every single thing that has been said by every single prior person? And I just, like, freeze up. And every single thing that I could possibly say it feels incorrect. And then people tell me, just say anything. Anything is fine as long as you say something. And that's like the worst possible thing, because now I'm just like, oh, okay, I'll just say the next thing that comes to mind. And then I can't think of anything. No words happen. Just straight up freeze. And also, just in general, I'm not sure I'd have much fun there in the first place to begin with. Even, like, barring all of the stress around the situation, it's like... So what's the goal here? To beat this arbitrary game which does not exist until after we've already finished it. It's not even really a game in quotation marks. All the game stuff is just set dressing, right? Like, it's not actually a game. Like, the end goal isn't really the end goal. You're not actually trying to win. You're constructing a narrative about people who want to win, right? You're constructing a narrative about a game being played. You know, I think at the end of the day, I'm just too much of a nerd. I'm too much of a nerd to play D&D. That's what it comes down to. I honestly disagree. It's more like an RPG, but instead of the character you play as in the RPG deciding what your end goal is, you, through your character, decide what your win condition is. Is that a disagree? That sounds like you just said... That sounds like you just said what I said. How are we doing? We're level 20? We're level 20. We're still leveling up pretty quick. Will we be getting to max level in this area? Probably not. I'll probably move on at some point. Is there like a better version of Dio? I can check that myself. Don't answer. Yeah, there's a better version of Dio in it's in Melmond. Hey, wait, it's in Melmond? Wait, where's Melmond? Oh my god, I should go there. I should just go to Melmond. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Herm 3 is in Melmond, and that would actually help with my grinding a bit. That would let me do, like, multiple battles in one battle. Or multiple battles in one trip. But am I actually strong enough to get there? That's the question. I might be, but I'd have to try. And I don't really want to try. You need to do Marsh Cave before you can go to Melmond. I mean, Cherry, I don't know how to tell you this, but I got a decent idea of what I'm doing here. But yeah, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and get to Melmond. Because being able to kill multiple groups of enemies in one trip, that will help speed us up a bit. Like, never having to do this, what we're doing right here, for, like, if we have to do it half as much. I guess I'll just double check. Yeah, I'm 9,000 XP away, so that's a while. Meh. Are you still in Adstown? I was actually going to say a thing, but if we're still in Adstown, then I won't. Let me just... No, I know that there's nothing in there. There's no armor to grab anymore either. Well, let me just double check on the armor. I'm not 100% on that. So the armor that I can equip. So cloth I already got. I don't have any of the bracelets. Oh yeah, the copper bracelet is sold in Elfland, and that is a straight upgrade. God damn. Is that Udewa? I think that's Udewa. That's an arm ring. Yeah, I think Do is copper. I could have bought this a long time ago and it would have helped. There we go. Let's go ahead and sell our Fuku. I will not apologize for my language. And the silver bracelet, we can get one in the Marsh Cave. And that's just a straight upgrade. But do you need the key for that? I've also got like a map thing here. So silver bracelet. Oh yes, you do need a key. You do need the key to get the silver bracelet. So by the time we can get the silver bracelet, we can get to Melmond in the first place. Also, I'm going to be right back. Okay, this one's going to be a bit more of a longer be right back, but once I get back, we are going to the Marsh Cave. We're actually going to do actual, genuine game content when I get back. You had better get so hyped. 50,000 hypes in the chat for actually playing the actual game when I get back. It's going to be a bit longer than usual, but I will be back. Hey, stream. What's up? I'm taking the trash out while talking on my live stream. What are you? Crazy? Not crazy, just cool. back to back and Sonic Rush, Sonic. Unlike Knuckles, I chuckle. Good morning. Okay, what do you got here? Ooh, a Keen no Hari! That's the gold needle! That's literally useless! Guess what the gold needle does, chat? Guess what the gold needle does? Cures petrification, cures stone. Yep. Guess how stone works. You can't do anything if you're stoned, right? Not quite. I mean, yes, but that's not specifically what it means. So if you're turned to stone, then yep, there you go. Zero got it. You are functionally dead. It's functionally the same thing as being fainted, but you could be revived with a golden needle. So a golden needle is very much something that would be useful if you had at least 2 party members. Jesus, they hit. So how's it going, chat? How's everyone been when I went away? I'm actually a little sad. We had 80 viewers when I left, and I was hoping like I could go, don't worry everybody, we're doing story when I get back. That would prevent people from running away immediately. And so now we've got 59. We lost like over 20 viewers. Oh well, it's fine. 59 viewers is still like, you know, a lot in the grand scheme of things. Okay, I'm gonna write in my notes now that right here is where... Okay, so our goal going into the Marsh Cave now. We're basically just ignoring everything and running straight for, Well, that was just straight up bad luck. They got advantage. We're ignoring everything and running straight for the key item that we need to advance the plot, which is the crown. Everything before that, we're really just hoping for good luck on monster spawns, and wow, they got advantage again. This time they damage me less. So basically, like, we can't do the cheese trick with sleeping bags anymore. You can only use sleeping bags on the map screen. So I can't just, like, walk a few steps, sleeping bag, walk a few steps, sleeping bag to, like, save my progress. We must do the entire dungeon trip in one session. So I'm basically just like, hoping that I don't take too much damage along the way. And also that I don't get into like, a battle with, like, enemies that can stun me, I believe is the risk in this dungeon. Because enemies that can stun me, like, they could just, you know, like, stun lock me and I instantly die. Luckily, this is a very, very short dungeon. We're probably going to be good. The only stickler is we have to be strong enough to win a mini-boss battle against, I think it's 2 to 4 of, it's 2 to 4 Pisca demons. Yeah, I think these skeletons are able to stun you. So this is one of the ones where, yep, we might just immediately lose the game. It's pretty likely, actually, that we're just immediately losing the game and can't do anything about it right now. Oh, hey, I'm in that cave too. Just obtained the crown and I'm trying to escape. I assume you're doing just a casual playthrough. But here's the question. Are you doing a casual playthrough of a remake or are you doing a casual playthrough of Final Fantasy? Pisco Demons. Pisco Demons. The port for PC. Oh, cool. So which one? I'm going to assume Pixel Remaster. Because that is the most accessible one now. Okay, so the Pisca Demons are actually spawning right here. So I'll actually... There's no real I don't think there's any reason for me to use Fire or audio. So this is just like saving on time instead of using potions. Now blink, I'm only really gonna need 2 blinks, and then I'm running out of here. Irk, Pixel Remaster is the only one on PC, isn't it? Nope, that's false. You made that up. Cherry actually already got it. MSX2 version. That's technically a PC version. I feel like there haven't been any other PC versions, but I'm definitely wrong and there were others. I mean, maybe just others that were on old PC hardware, like the MSX2. Like, similar ones. Because friggin' games were getting ported to everything back in the day. Anyway, let's go. So we're just hoping not to get criticaled now. Oh, hey! Would you look at that? I just realized I should have been using my potions instead because I want to save my curas for in battle, because those heal a lot more than like using a potion in battle. I messed up. I messed up. I completely forgot about that aspect. I don't think we're surviving, though. Like, it's just gonna be one more critical until I'm dead. But yeah, like I was saying before, so the Pisca Demon spawns are random. There can be anywhere between 2 and 4 of the Pisca Demon. So at least 2 and at most 4. So what we really want is for only 2 to show up. But 3 is, you know, a lot better than 4. So if I get them down to just 1, if I actually luck out, then I'll start healing. You know what? No, because as many turns as it's going to take for me to heal to the point where I can survive a hit, I might have almost killed the Pisco Demon. So at that point, no, I'll just I'm just gonna go straight out and attack. But I really messed up not keeping Cura, because if I had Cura, then I would just be using that. Ooh, nice. I'm really hoping that I die so that I can get an actual properly strategized battle for the end video. I hate that when I have to write around myself not using the proper strategy in the actual footage. That happens all the time. Can you actually not just take party members off the team? There is no such concept in this game. This is a game where there are 4-player characters and there are 4-player characters. You can never just, like, decide that a player character isn't there anymore, no. You've basically just asked me, so wait, can you not just take Mario off of your team? And we're playing Super Mario Brothers for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Okay, so now, one, we get the crown. Yeah, we got Kuraun. We got a crayon. You see, it was originally a crayon in the original Japanese release. And when they localized it, they just couldn't friggin' read. Crayon? Yeah. Kuraun. Now that we got the Kuraun, we just run. Run, run, run. And pray. Run and pray. Oh, that always gets me. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Ah! Whoops. What level are we at now? 20. Maybe 21? I forget. I'm pretty sure 20. Oh. Suspected spam caller? You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna answer this. Hello?
Hello, this is Margaret with Economic Impact and Alternative Loan Assistance. How are you doing today?
What's up?
Okay, I only need a moment of your time.
Hey, that I didn't say that. I didn't say. Hey, wait, you're responding to something I didn't say. You don't just do that. You don't just do that. Excuse me. Excuse me, lady! Oh my god! Oh my god! This isn't how conversations work! You come into my home!
Wondering if I could get that over to you just for your security.
You come into my home! Smash up the place!
Okay, please hold a
I feel transgressed and violated! No, I think he said trash the joint. You come into my place! Trash the joint! Oh, that reminds me. I think it was today. Literally today. Either today or like last night or something. We got a Sly 2 set on Retro Achievements. We got Sly 2. Sly 2 is one of my favorite video games of all time. So if you have not played Sly 2, what are you doing? Go play Sly 2 on retroachievements.org. By the way, we did it. We did Marsh Cave. It was incredibly easy. We did it first try. We probably should have done this like 10 levels ago. Now we just like go and beat, we punch Elf Boy in his face. Don't I have to beat Sly 1 first? That is highly recommended, but good news. Sly 1 is an incredibly short game, and it has a set on Retro Achievements. Ass toast? Heh, more like ass toast. How does EXP distribution work? I believe it is just all party members get experience if they're alive. Period. The amount is they get it or they don't. So there's no distribution. It's just yes, no. Hooray, this is a very victorious moment. Now let's murder the king! What? Why? We gave him the crown! You know, and then we were just thinking like, well... It was a pretty good crown, I kinda wanna keep it. I'm not sure if silence works on him. If it does, good. I have no idea if it worked. He tried to cast haste on himself. Oh, okay, silence does not work on him. Confirmed, because he just cast a spell on me. So basically, I'm just like hoping that he doesn't cast death. I should probably just go back to town for Cura. I mean, we could get lucky and just beat him, not having to try. Get a few criticals in here, that'd work really well. Is this the mini-boss? No, the mini-boss was the Pisca Demons. This is just regular boss. Okay, he dusted us. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and just completely heal. I was so happy playing Recom in Japanese and finding out that Doom in Japanese is death sentence. So much friggin' more hardcore. Wait, was that the final boss? Yes, one of the final boss's moves in Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories. Only Rechain, not Original Chain. One of the final boss's moves is called Death Sentence. And I'm guessing that means that in Final Fantasy, the move that we know as Doom is actually called Death Sentence. Or rather, Status Ailment. Because, like, that's generally how things go with Kingdom Hearts. They're just taking things from Final Fantasy and just making them exist within the realm of Kingdom Hearts. I meant the boss that we just wiped too. I love that you say wiped, implying like it was a total party wipe. And I mean, it was. I know you prefer Com over Recom, but from what I've seen, the final boss of Recom is so much better. Oh, I do love the addition of the new of like the final phase. I do love that. But I mean, I don't know what you say like but. You say like but as in like that's somehow counter to I like Chain of Memories more. But yeah, this is basically boss number 2. I would say the Pisca Demons are mini-bosses and the Pirates are mini-bosses, and this is real boss number 2. I'm just gonna double check. I cannot get the Silver Hammer. No, I cannot get the Silver Hammer yet. I'm still stuck. There is a Power Staff, which is as strong as the Silver Hammer, basically. Which is in Northwest Castle. Which is this place, but I'm pretty sure... Yeah, it's in a locked room. You can't get it until after you've beaten Astus. I'm sorry. Ass Toast. So there's no way to, like, upgrade my attack power other than leveling up. Wait, there is a save file on Rockman on Game Packs that gives you the DLC character and only DLC character? Does it have all of the, does it unlock everything? I'm gonna double check on Game Packs. I swear I was looking. What about, like, all of the extra levels and stuff? Let me just double check. Saves. So, save data with all promotional Capcom add-ons with no prior save data. So that one has, like, the thing. Then this one just has... Okay, this one unlocks extra stuff. This one has unlocks. This one has all downloads, all of them, so that I can't use that. Hey! Yeah, oh my god, this explains it! This one was added in 2022. This one was actually added to the site after I had, like, this was added, like, after I'd been sad that there wasn't one. Okay, you're right. This was added to the site afterward. So, update. Like, yeah, very recently, within a year. I'm almost a year ago at this point, but I just hadn't checked since then. Somebody actually added on GameFAQs a thing for Rockman, where you can just download, unlock, you can get all of the download exclusive stuff and not unlock the super duper secret unlock, which is supposed to be the reward for finishing challenge mode. That's great! Yay! Finally, after all these years. That's cool. I don't even have to worry about, like, oh, I already started Powered Up on Retro Achievements. Because I was planning on resetting my file from scratch anyway. Because I'm waiting for... I'm waiting to play Rockman on Retro Achievements after we get multi-hash support. So I can play, like, the subsets at the same time as playing the main set. So yay! That is super good news! I'm so happy now. So yeah, it's not just, it's the DLC character and all of her costumes, and it has all of the promo stages. So they went one step beyond, because theoretically you can get the promo stages separately because those are actually different files. Oh my god. Wow! He was really not playing! He heard me ranting about some stupid video game crap he didn't care about for like 10 whole minutes, just standing directly in front of him, and he just got tired of it. No time for this shit. There we go. So, I want to double check. Is silence like a percentage chance thing, or does it always work? Or can you just not silence Astos? This guy does not mention that he's invulnerable to silence. And unfortunately, the elemental and vulnerability thing on this site doesn't really specify. It doesn't specify what means weak to and what means not weak to. It just has just images of colors. And that's it. It's a chance. Astos isn't resistant to any element, so you should be able to silence him. Okay. trap, but I have the speed set too high, so I won't know. Basically, I won't know until I see whether or not he can damage me when he tries to cast a spell. Okay. So I should still be able to silence him. Did that say Nakata or Kata? Maybe it actually did work. Nope. It's a very small chance. Okay, that was not Kata. I saw that. Oh no, I'm dark. I also just realized I should just go ahead and do like Ba Thunder and Ba Fire. Yay! All of my friendly corpses are now immune to thunder! Oh, they're getting so buff. Goddamn. Silence makes you unable to cast spells. Yep. But apparently it's a low chance. Oh, that's right. I am going to change message speed so that I can actually friggin' read it. Friggin', if it was written in English, I couldn't get this. So yeah, I'm gonna do those so that his damaging magic spells don't hurt me as much. Wait, I should just double check on the guide what spells can he do. He's got fire, lightning. Okay, just fire and lightning. He does not have cold. Okay, so I've done that. Now the question is, do I try to silence him, or do I just go for pure damage? Because if I do silence him, then he can't, then he won't be able to, use death is the big thing. I'm just gonna attack him for now. I'll try doing silent strats if I keep doing this after a while and it doesn't work. If, like, he just keeps deathing me. Ooh, nice! Kuritikaru. Good morning, Adudis. How's the grind? Good! We're fighting Ass Toast. Is Reflect a thing? Pretty sure that won't be a thing for a while. There's an official English patch from back in the day. That is an interesting way to word that, but true enough. You're fighting who? Ass Toast? Yeah, he's the king. There was a side quest to go get his crown for him, but we decided we want the crown more than him. And so he was like, what? I'm the king! Give me the crown! That's my crown! That's been in my family for centuries! And then White Mage is just like, bonk. So we stole Astost's crown? We're in the process of stealing it right now. We haven't technically successfully stolen it yet. I'm gonna double check how much health he got. He has 168 HP. So basically you've got to get like at least 3 criticals. 3 good criticals. Most likely we'd need 4. Considering how often he used that, this might be a case where I'm like, okay, you know what? I actually do need to grind more. Why are we stealing the crown? Ask White Mage. I also want to point out that he is wearing a crown on his sprite. What an asshole! Just asking us to go get a second crown for him, like the first one isn't enough. Also, I'm dying to death more than I'm dying to thunder and fire, so I'm starting to think that maybe I should, brain broke. Is that the evil elf boss? Yeah. You know, I was just playing a goof on y'all because you can't read Japanese. Being all, oh yeah, we're stealing the crown. Of course, in fiction, what happens here is we give him the crown because we're very stupid, and then he goes, "Mwahahaha, you dumb stupid! I'm actually evil, and I wanted the crown because I'm evil, and I'm gonna kill you." Why didn't he just like not do that last part? What if he just said, "Wow, thanks for the crown, bye." And then the moment they walk out the door, he goes, they didn't know I'm evil. I forget, which turn is this? First or second? I'm gonna assume it's second. Yeah, I am wondering, maybe I am gonna have to go back to grinding. Like, I'm not gonna be, like, it's not gonna... I mean, I definitely could beat Ass Toast. But it'd probably take a decent number of attempts. Maybe I'm just better off grinding, so that it doesn't take as many attempts. Wait, he just hit me with a non-critical, so I only used 1 blink. And I'm actually considering he just did 80 damage to me with the same spell that would have done, like, 20. Maybe those boss are worth it. Also, I assume, is it the case that with darkness, critical chance is unchanged? And that I can just do a critical? Because if that is the case, then there's no sense in curing darkness in this battle. Because all of my damage is coming from criticals. Honestly, I'm thinking I could, rather than my strategy right now, just use silence and hope he gets silenced eventually. The big thing is, if I use silence, do they stop casting spells? Are they unable to cast spells? Or are all of their spell casts unsuccessful? Is basically the question. Because if he just constantly wastes his turns trying to cast spells, but it doesn't work because he's silenced, that'd be great. They keep casting spells, but they fail. Okay, I'm gonna just go with silence then. I'll use blink twice in the first 2 turns, and then go with silence. Because at that point, the only way he can actually hurt me is with criticals. But then he's wasting all of his turns. So the criticals are going to be really rare. Probably a lot rarer than my criticals. If you're silenced, you can't cast spells. Nope, you got it the second time. All your spells are guaranteed to fail. That was my question. Is it can't cast spells, or cast spells fail? Wait, no. Here's the cleverer version. Is it can't cast spells, or cast spells can't? So it's not that you can't cast spells, it's that cast spells can't. That's going in the video. I like that. You know, in retrospect, maybe I shouldn't do break first. Maybe I should do silence first. Because then I might get it in before he does his death. Amazing! Nakata. There we go. I can read now. So yeah, I'll just go and cast silence first. I'll just keep casting silence and hope it works. I think that's the way to go. Just hope it works on like the first couple turns rather than going with blink first. Hey, I was told he's guaranteed to cast death first. I was cheated and lied to. Also, did I read correctly that he is now silenced? I think he is now silenced. Oh baby, oh baby. I didn't expect us to get it that fast. Yeah, he's really not good at this. Oh my god. I love silence my entire life. I have treated silence as like one of the useless spells that takes way too much prior thought to ever use. What's even the point? I understand now. I understand. Oh, silence. Does it wear off? I mean, I hope not. I just sort of assumed it wouldn't. It doesn't seem to be. So yeah, we are at the point where now it's just, I'm waiting to get 4 criticals. Maybe 3. And hoping he doesn't critical me probably about 3 times to kill me in that time. And also his attacks are rarer. Silence wears off at the end of combat. You don't say! So all he needs to do to be unsilenced is kill me. Hey, Ass Toast! Hey, if you want to kill me, maybe you should use death! How about that? It was working so great for you earlier! I am suddenly, instantly not regretting that I bought Silence. Silence really is just the win button in this fight. Holy jeez. Gonna make for great content for the YouTube video too. The best part is he's still trying to use all the spells he can. I know, right? The thing is, if he was just attacking me instead of using spells, then using Silence may not be a good way to go. Because then, of course, he's much more likely to get critical hits, which deal tons of damage. But if he's just gonna keep casting his spells and wasting his turns, then heck yeah. Now the critical debate. Do I call him Ass Toast in the actual final video? I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call him Ass Toast, but I'm really gonna stress the ass. In a way that's like, you know, it's the thing that the friggin' elementary schoolers will do, where they're like, I didn't say ass. I'm talking about asbestos. Oh my god, Infernal, I'm stealing that one. When I win the battle, keep hitting ass Toast until he's as toast. Do I have your permission to steal that joke? I have to ask. It's okay if it's completely 100% okay if it's not okay for me to steal that joke. Because that's very much your joke. Yes, it is okay. Hells yeah, thank you, Infernal. He still hasn't gotten a single critical. I haven't even really been looking at the screen very much. I'm just holding down the A button and just like looking at chat, typing my notes. Oh, Ass Toast. You were so intimidating when you had an instantly murder me button. It's like a camper. It's like somebody who like their entire strategy is camping in like a first-person shooter or something with a sniper at this one spot, and then like you just put a bunch of mines at their spot, and it's like, oh, I can't do it anymore. I can't play the game anymore. Would you believe I was worried I wouldn't have much to talk about in the actual video? This one actually feels a lot better because I sort of I sort of came up with it more naturally, like through the actual playing of the game rather than reading the guide. Because it has been literal months since I actually looked at the guide for the solo run. I'm not sure if they recommended using silence on Astos or not. I assume so, because this is such a good idea. Do you really think I could have possibly survived this many turns without silence? I would have had to go back and grind a lot. I'm really tempted to just close my eyes, just hold the A button down and just let the game happen as it happens. But if he does critical me, then I'm gonna want to heal. That's the only thing. But how tempting is it to just close your eyes and wait for the victory music as the boss just dies automatically? Oh, I just realized this is my second turn-based RPG run, isn't it? I don't think I've done any other turn-based runs since Pokemon, right? What was that? What was that? Am I the only one who it seemed like the sound cut out for a second? I'm getting the sound directly from the Wii U gamepad, so... How many HP does Astoast have? 168. I believe we've gotten 2 criticals so far, which do, I think, on average, mid-40s damage. If I'm remembering right. Is a white mage doing 1 damage at a time? Sometimes she does 1 damage. Sometimes she does 2 damage. She frequently misses. We're basically mostly banking on criticals, but honestly, it doesn't matter that much considering... Notice that Astos, since he was silenced, he has yet to deal a single point of damage to me. Genuinely, the only way the boss can hurt me is with critical hits right now. He can't use spells, and my evasion is so high, it is literally impossible for him to hit me with physical attacks. So his only hope is criticals, which ignore evasion. How's the maging going? We silenced Ass Toast. It's hilarious. This battle has been going on for like, what, 10 minutes now? He still hasn't hit me since, like, the first turn. Heck, did he ever actually deal any damage? I can't remember. God, poor Ass Toast. It's a good thing this castle is empty. He can't really be embarrassed that he's dying this way. Like the only witnesses here are like a few bats and 3 corpses. I've never seen Final Fantasy 1 before, so it's a broken game. I mean, I wouldn't describe this as like a broken mechanic. This really does seem to be more just rewarding the player for like using every tool in their arsenal. Normally in a normal playthrough it wouldn't take this long after you've silenced Ass Toast. I'm going to assume that the final boss you cannot silence, right? That's an assumption I'm making. Because that would trivialize this a lot. Oh, I was about to say, oh, well, I mean, even if it's a really, really low odds, as long as it's possible, then that'd be the best thing to do. Except that's right. The final boss is at the end of the final dungeon, so you'd have to redo the dungeon every attempt. So, maybe not a good idea. He resists all magic, including status. Okay. Our little mage is just going at it, goddamn. I know. Would you believe she was level 1 only a week ago? Now she's fighting Ass Toast and everything. One more level and she'll be old enough to drink. Blood. The blood of a vampire? Genuinely, the blood of a vampire. That's like the next boss. Oh gosh, oh geez, oh man, I'm back. From how long ago? Was I fighting Ass Toast when you were here last, Renard? Because it's been a while. I am now reminded of an anime. He resists, but is he completely immune? Anime Jinai. So yeah, we have been getting so few criticals, we really are just gonna kill him with 1,000 tiny cuts. 168 tiny cuts to be exact. Okay, not quite. Some of them are more like it's like 100 tiny cuts, and then like a couple dozen like bigger cuts, and then at least one like actual stab wound. But like a stab wound in a non-vital area is the thing. But there is a stab wound somewhere on him, like a straight up stab, which was inflicted on him with a hammer. I gotta note. Just took the handle of the hammer and just like. It's a very, very slow concussion. Oh my god, it's that one YouTube video. I forget the full title because it was like a gag that it was really long, but like it was the YouTube video about like a super duper incredibly slow murder where just one day for no explanation some creepy guy starts hitting a dude with a spoon. Just sort of lightly tapping him with a spoon. And he just never stops. Final chance for silence to hit, if it can, is around -2%. Oh, for the final boss. Yep, that's Final Fantasy. The something killer with the ineffectual weapon. Yeah, it sounds about right that there'd be ineffectual weapon in the title. Wasn't there a thing that he was planning on? He did like a Kickstarter to like make to actually genuinely make like a movie that sort of like is like actually does that idea as an actual movie. Whatever came out of that. So has this character just been bonked over and over and over for the past 10 minutes? Yep, his life is that YouTube video. The horribly slow murderer with the extremely inefficient weapon. Oh my god, I'm actually kind of tempted to actually include, like, just a clip of that in my VG Myths episode, because it's so topically relevant, you know? Oh, snap! He's dead! He finally died! I'm so sorry, Ass Toast! That was a fate worse than death. Okay, he did hit us. We are missing a little bit of HP, so he did hit us a little. Anyway, we now get the Suisho no Mei. That's an eyeball. We have an eyeball. God, poor Ass Toast. We hit him so many times with the spoon, and now all that's left of him is an eyeball. Let's definitely save. Seems like a good idea. Made so many jokes about him at his expense. I know, right? All he wanted was his crown back. Oh, it's like 7:30. I'm definitely ending the stream soon. But at the same time, I really kind of want to get to the next town before the end of the stream. But like, we gotta go all the way to turn in the crystal ball. I mean the crystal eye. I mean the regular eyeball. It's literally just Astos' eyeball. You know what, actually, if we end now, then we've got something to look forward to the next stream. Let's look at it that way. I'm ending the stream now so that at the next stream, we're still making good progress. We just won a boss fight. We won a boss fight. That's a good way to end a stream, right? Yeah, I'm ending the stream now. I have decided. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody, for joining. It was a very good stream. We beat Ass Toast, and it was hilarious. Nights and heart emoji. Wait, I'm gonna double check real quick. I'm not gonna look too long, because I've gotten in the habit sometimes of, like, looking way too long for somebody to raid. So I'm just gonna check, is there anybody streaming? Yes, right at the beginning of the gate. There is, yes! Alice at Wonderland Games is, in fact, doing coin dough attempts of Sly 1. That is 100% coinless. So yes, of course we're raiding her. So I think you just do... I think you just go in the chat and do /raid. And then the username. There we go. Nights, everybody. Heart emojis, heart emojis, heart emojis. Thank you very much for joining. Enjoy Sly.